All right, everyone. Welcome back to the Capital Mindset Show. Hope you guys are having a great day, as always out there. Oh, I took off the tie, so let me let me button this because it's kind of ridiculous to have that. All right. Anyways, all right. So this one's going to be a subscriber live stream, kind of like what we're doing on Saturdays. As always, if you so choose, you can put a like button. It doesn't really matter because it's not a monetized live stream or anything. I'm having some coffee at the same time. Okay, so microphone would probably be good. Anyways, all right. So let's see what we do. We can answer pretty much any questions that anyone has, and we can chat. Anyone can come on. There's really no restriction. Rules are, as always, like please be respectful to the guests that come on. There's no intro, by the way, because in this case we're doing it on StreamYard. I think you can see it in one of the corners, but you can see it on StreamYard, or you can see that it's on StreamYard. And so, this one's going to be open to just, anyone who wants to come on. Okay. I'll post it in here. And what I'll do is let me have the live stream playing here simultaneously. And I will pin it and make sure that anyone can kind of join in. But you don't have to join in. We can always just talk about random other things. Let me pin message here. Okay, so it should be pinned now. And after that, we're good. Rip the Queen, Liz, long live the King. Okay, yeah, we do have a lot of subscribers from the UK. So yes, let's see. Thoughts on FedEx. So FedEx did a huge drop. I mean, we talked about it on the live stream. That's kind of still rendering. I don't know what's wrong with that. I don't know why it's still rendering, but I wanted to release that. And went to the beach and played volleyball. What y'all been up today? Now college football. Yeah, I don't really watch college football for me. I've been pretty much just working today. And after I get off this, we'll see how long we go. I'll get back to doing some more work. So this is kind of like my break, and just enjoying time with you guys here. But my initial thoughts on FedEx, it's nothing that what we talked about in the live stream. I'll just tell you basically. So if you look at the news, it's a lot about what the CEO comes out, or the management team came out and said regarding, and I think it was a CEO interview, now that I come to think of it, that, the global economy is not going to do so hot. And is that really a surprise? I mean, the fact that they're saying it now in September, it's kind of ridiculous if you ask me. But it's nothing that anyone's not really known. There's plenty of channels that have been talking about it for a long time at this point. Glad to see you streaming. Yeah. Hey, Matthew, how you doing? But again, yeah, if anyone wants to hop on, you're more than welcome to hop on. If not, don't worry about that. It's not a pressure to hop on. All right. But yeah, that's my initial thoughts on FedEx. I know probably some people are jumping at the jumping to buy it, but I don't think for me, I'd be doing that. It's not really a company that I like. Those are kind of my quick thoughts. CPI was a big surprise for me last week. Didn't expect core to be so high. Okay, you didn't, Nash? That's interesting. Okay, so what were you expecting, Nash? Out of curiosity. I probably didn't have time to read your comments on the Discord yet, because I know you're always keeping track of that. But yeah, FedEx as a whole, I mean, it's down 21%. So I can share my screen here. Let me make sure I share this page with you. So if I share this page here, Cedric, we've been doing live streams for a while. We have been doing live streams. Let me just see. Okay, so that's that screen. And so I want to share it on screen 3. All right, cool. So this is screen 3. All right, let's move out of the MCQs. All right, so this is FedEx. So we can see that FedEx is actually down 21.44%. This is Friday. And then, okay, we're going to pull up that mythical 5-day chart. You see that 5-day chart. 5.04%, some stock mo knowledge there. And yeah, so this is actually not from earnings, just them reporting out saying, hey, things are going to be a little bit weaker. And you can probably see right here, you see FedEx CEO says he expects the economy to enter a worldwide recession. Nothing that, it shouldn't be a surprise is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so looks like I missed quite a bit then. Yeah, we have been doing. Fabio, can you review Overstock? So Overstock is that speculative holding. And that is the one I discussed in the live stream, or the last live stream. That's still rendering, so I apologize for that, but I just can give you the gist of it. That's the one that I'm probably going to wave the white flag on as far as a speculative investment, just because I want to plug in that capital into something else. I think the total loss as a present moment in time is like about 20-ish%. And it's sitting at around an allocation about 1-ish% of the portfolio size, because there's simply another stock that I have gravitated towards, and it might replace Overstock. Because remember, at the end of the day, Overstock, if you recall back to the Overstock videos, it's just a play on, well, speculative play on these key assets that they hold outside of their regular business. Because I don't really like the regular business. I think there's other companies that do what they do better, but they just hold these unique assets that no one really else holds. So yeah, that's pretty much just my quick thoughts on Overstock. And this is for this comment. Can you do a review of Overstock? But if we look at Overstock here, let's actually see how the business has been faring, because being part of the speculative side of the portfolio, I don't pay attention to it as much as the ones in the core side of the portfolio. And there is another company I will talk about a little bit, and that's NCR. So we should do that. Thoughts on only being in S&P 500 index funds and retirement accounts? No, that's a beautiful idea. That's actually what you should do. So you should do. It's a more viable strategy for people to do that. And I think, like, if you're interested in individual stocks, for the most part, most people, it's just going to be good for, just a pastime. If you want to, if you like to talk about it with other people and you have that hobby, like some people advocate for just a very small proportion if you want to have fun. And I think that's a responsible idea. But everyone entitled, I guess, to whatever they want to. I can't, if you don't want to buy index funds, fine, whatever, doesn't matter. If you I think it's, at the end of the day, you have to be honest with yourself. You got to know what you're getting yourself into. And if you think that you have the time, you think that you can do it, all right, it's your money. If you are honest with yourself that you don't have the time and you don't think you can do it, you're better off probably just putting it in broadly diversified, low cost index funds. All right, so let's see here. But in retirement accounts, so there's also, okay, in retirement accounts, you would have nothing to worry about. I think that, for example, if you're just buying and holding, you do have a dividend, but the thing is with the dividend, people don't understand there are thresholds to when you're actually going to be taxed. And for most people, it's not really applicable, or not for most people, but for a decent amount of people. I don't really know the statistics on how many people are getting the actual tax on those dividends, or by how much, if it's really meaningful. But yeah, if you just don't want to worry about it, you don't want to pay tax anymore. Yeah. One benefit of index funds is that when you don't incur those taxes, you basically can hold, and there's a self-rebalancing going on within the index fund on its own. So it's actually good. You don't have to deal with the other issues that if you were investing in individual stocks in a non-retirement account that you'd really have to worry about, which is when you rebalance, what's the tax penalty going to be, because you're creating a taxable event. All right, let me see. I gotta make sure this is not a big deal text message. No, that's good. All right. Anyways, let's see here. Robot Fabio. Weird. What happened? What happened with NPC Fabio? Something happened? Was it the connection? Did the connection break off? I apologize for that. So let's see here. Cash and cash equivalents. They're burning down a little bit. It's coming down. Current liabilities and in revenue. We're basically taking a look. We got to be careful because there's nothing really sticks out. Goodwill's pretty much been at the same. They're not been very acquisitive, of course. All right, let's see if the cash flows look like. Okay, so this is one thing that was always a concern. I think we talked about this last time, but a lot of demand was pulled forward. You can very easily see that in the, at least in the quarterly income statement, because you can see quarter over quarter what's kind of occurred. You see that revenue drop from 794 to 528. And if you pull out the annual, you'll probably be able to tell the same thing. So we'll talk about Dow and CE, and it's not that they're necessarily value traps. Is that you got to be aware that if you believe there's going to be an economic slowdown, those are going to suffer. So if you go back to the videos, it's the thing is, you're going to see probably a lot of fear in those stocks, which will be interesting, right? Because a lot of people are going to hate on them, spit on them, etc. And I'd say that if you were, for example, building out a massive core position in those stocks, you're going to be quite surprised or unpleasantly surprised. So for me, what I've been doing, and you can kind of see this, we're going to see this over time. I'm going to be building out these positions slowly, right? Slowly but surely. And I think we're going to see better and better prices in some of these. I'm not so sure about CE as much as I am for Dow. Dow actually came back down. I think Dow, let me not to get too distracted away from Overstock, but Dow Inc, yeah, it's at $46. So it actually has come down quite a bit. And so this is very similar to when we talked about Lennar, all right? And I talked about this on the live stream that's still rendering. So again, apologies. But so just repeating the same points there. Same with a lot of the home builders. So if you see the P ratio 5.20, initially a lot of retail investors are going to look at that and say, okay, that's really cheap. Okay, 5.20, P ratio under 10, cheap. No, well, the market's telling you something, that something is wrong with that. And if you go back to the industrial videos, we talked about that very key concept, that when the market is telling you something, it's not that the market's wrong, right? The market's not stupid. The market's actually trying to hint at something. When you go back to the home builders, Lennar looks cheap. Toll Brothers looks cheap. Well, why are they so cheap? Is the market really that stupid? Are they really just overlooking something? Probably not. There's probably a risk, a quite large risk inherent with these businesses at the present moment in time. And typically in cyclical businesses, they're expensive when they look cheap and they're cheap when they look expensive. And usually you can kind of gauge sentiment among the retail crowd. Okay, how are they thinking about it? Right now, maybe a lot of people looking at this, looking at that juicy dividend of 6.03%. And, who knows how safe it will be, because if we do see a big slowdown in the global economy, how will that affect Dow Inc? You want to ask those questions before you get involved with any of these specialty chemical businesses. All right, but anyways, going back to their financials, all right, let's see here. What about rebalancing time luck? Almost no one else cares about rebalancing time luck. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys still see the link. Just a reminder, anyone coming in, anyone can come on this live stream if they so choose. Okay, so what about rebalancing timing luck? Almost no one cares about rebalancing timing luck because they are normal people. LOL. Yes, that is true. Um, yeah, because we can all get lucky. That is true, and we got to be careful with that. Let's see here. SMBR is an amazing risk-free bet. They have no debt. Yes, as a joke. Yes. Fabio, any thoughts on Goog at these prices? Are you adding? No, I'm not really adding to Goog because of the capital that's coming in. I want to allocate it to the different stocks that I'm actually interested in. And Goog being such a sizable portion of the portfolio, I'm more hesitant to kind of add to it. Although I would agree with some of the members who have been saying that, it's not looking too bad at these prices. I mean, it's not like a screaming buy for me at these prices, but it's looked worse in terms of how expensive it's been. All right, but anyways, going back to Overstock. Yeah, there's nothing really here that I like about it. There's a lot here that's screaming to me. A lot of demand was pulled forward. So going forward, a lot of these numbers are going to have to come down. If you look at the 6 months figures, and again, you can take a look at the annual figures, but look at the 6 months figures. This is very reminiscent of something that we looked at in the past, like Smith and Wesson. I'm trying to think of another one. What's that? Corsair Gaming. So a lot of these other companies that had a lot of demand pulled forward, and now they're kind of seeing things slow down. And investors thought that they were going to have this significant growth for long periods of time. And you want to be careful when that's kind of priced in. And I think Overstock hit prices of like what was it? I think it was close to $60 a share, $100 a share. Yeah, that's insane. But that there is a case to be said, and I've heard it every which way. You probably heard it every which way. They hold all these businesses. I think I'm pretty sure it's like Medici Ventures or something like that they have. And this is kind of this speculation that they have, or these alternate assets they have on the blockchain. Buzzwords, yes. I think that, for example, blockchain technology outside of the buzzword is going to be heavily utilized in, for example, inventory management, but it's not something that people really think is very easy to monetize. It's not this crazy idea that, it's going to be super unique. I know that someone's going to debate me on that. So I'll reframe. I'll say, okay, maybe I don't know. So we can leave it at that. But hey, my name is Paul. I'm a value investor. Okay, welcome, Paul. I know you're joking, but look at Olaplex. Olaplex is one that we've been looking at, and I know, yeah, people think it is a sleeper. I think the market kind of already knows if it's quality, and if we pull up their stock price, OLPX. Let's just take a look. So they're now at $11. Let's see here. They're down 52% over the 1 year. And by the way, for you guys who don't know, let's go to their website. It's best to explain this to the dudes out there. But yeah, their product is pretty, unlock offer. I'll decline the offer. No, thank you. So this is what they have. So we go shopping. They have all of these different products, bond smoother, bonding oil, all these hair products that for the time being, they are pretty much the creme de la creme of what they do. There are competitors coming in their space. The trick then becomes, how can they defend this formula? How can they defend their product versus their competitors, the incoming competitors? There is a company that I forget, we were just talking about it in, I think, last Sunday, which was trying to compete with Botox. They're trying to come out with their own Botox, which I think is interesting. But the stock price has already moved a lot. If someone remembers the ticker, you can probably drop it in the comments section, and we can get into it a little bit. But yeah, so Cedric, I know I'm going all over the place. Just to finish off with Overstock. Overstock, I never bought it, and I was very clear in all the videos, because there were people in the comments section where I said I can understand why someone would invest in it for its main business, and they were kind of, I feel like they were not. I don't want to put words in your mouth if this was you. They were offended that I put in a speculative side of the portfolio, because they wanted to know, like, why isn't it a core holding? They're so cheap. And this is precisely why. So allocation is almost as, if not more important than actually picking an individual stock or choosing to put your money or capital in an individual investment. Allocation matters even more so, because in case of this instance, right, for now, it hasn't panned out, right? Admittedly, it hasn't panned out. So imagine if it was a core holding, how that would kind of reflect in the overall performance of a portfolio. It would be very harmful. So, and I follow that simple rule, and it's a personal rule. You will have your own rules, but my personal rule is I have to be honest with myself about what the investment means to me. And in this case, Overstock, was I investing in it for its core business? No, it has to therefore be a speculative investment for me, right? It just has to be, because that's not my main thesis. Investing in that company is not what it mainly does, right? I have to like the main thing, and then maybe I look at the other stuff as like the cherry on top. So, which is why I said I could understand why someone would want to make it a core holding. Like, if you're like it for its main holding at the time, good, okay, that was your belief. Now we can say whether you were right or wrong. Well, to be honest, we could also say that we'll see if you were right or wrong about that. But anyways, how do you defend against baldness? I have no idea, to be honest. Does Capital Mindset offer free shipping? We don't have any products to sell you, so I guess it's free. I mean, well, this is free. This is actually like a pure sense free now. You guys don't. Well, the thing is, if you guys see ads on these videos that are coming up, they're not me. They're Google, and you can skip them or do whatever you want. Well, if you want to support me very indirectly through my Google investment, you can watch the ad. How about that? A very indirect way. But yeah, I guess I'll get like a very, very tiny percentage. All right. Robot Fabio. Yeah, so I apologize for the lagginess. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like, I think after this recent storm, something's been going on. So I really do apologize for that. I hope it doesn't get in the way of the talk, or hopefully the quality of the discussion, right? And we can see where you guys guide us to in the next discussion. All right, so Olaplex is, as a business. Look, this is one that I'll be honest, I'm investigating further, because it's been within the Discord community. And so, like, I've also been looking at it, because when I talk to my wife about where she goes to get her hair done when she does that, what products they use, and it's like Olaplex all the way. Olaplex a bit more expensive, but you want to pay up for that quality, is what I'm told. So let's see here. But yeah, I might do a video on Olaplex. I'm still contemplating it. I'm not gonna lie. I love Transformers. Why Transformers? What's going on? Oh, because the robot. Yeah. I guess, like, right now it's the internet just doesn't want to conform to me. Dang it. All right. If there's nothing I can do about the internet, I'll close off the stream. So hopefully it fixes itself. But if it doesn't fix itself, I'll close off the stream, and then I'll get back to this, I guess, at a different time in the future, and we can just postpone this. But yeah, that you made it private, Patrick. I made it private because I corrected a certain YouTuber that I didn't want to necessarily teach, so I made it private. And then I was trying to basically edit out all of the stuff that didn't have to do with economics or investing, so that it could just be kept on that. But I didn't want to have that video correcting that YouTuber out there because I don't really care to teach them. Yeah, that's it. That's the only reason why. FedEx earnings. Okay, it's if it keeps doing this to the point where it's unbearable to you guys, we'll close it off. And I don't know, we will move it somewhere else to another time period. It's mostly good, but from time to time goes robots for 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I apologize, guys. All right, so it's been acting up. It honestly has been acting up. Well, for what I've been trying to do, it hasn't been acting up. I don't know why for StreamYard it's been questionable. So we'll see. Completely off topic. What happened to your website? Oh, well, the website wasn't run by me, Master Doctor. So it died off because I wasn't running the website. So yeah, the website are the links still on there? Because the web link shouldn't be on there. It should be done. So, but yeah, the website's off because I was never running the website to begin with. It's very convoluted. Like you got to understand, like this is at the end of the day like a pastime, but like the ownership structure of like Capital Mindset is like weirdly convoluted. I'll say that. So it has a interesting history that we can all talk about. But yeah, and if it wasn't for that other member, I mean, it wouldn't even exist. So did I miss the part where you corrected the other YouTuber? Yeah, you did. But you know, you didn't miss much. I mean, I think everyone in the Capital Mindset community knows about that. Well, it's a very large YouTuber. So if you didn't know, it's a very large YouTuber. And I'm making it sound like it's only one person. It could be multiple people in this YouTube channel. You don't know. So yeah. Oh, it's in the about section. Yeah. You see, guys, I don't see what's in the about section. You got to understand this. So Capital Mindset is like the pastime. And so the amount of mental effort that goes into certain things is, you know, just minimal. So everything's copy paste, and you know, editing is pretty quick because don't have time for editing. And so, you know, when you put that into context, it makes sense. And investing with Cole puts way he's doing really good stuff on his edit versus me. I mean, look, live streams are very easy to do because we just come on and talk about it. But yeah. All right. So, okay, we're talking about the Federal Reserve. Okay, so we'll see because then the media will be talking all about it, and I'll try to do my best to like talk about it. Who's talking about? No, it's not Bubble. It's not Joseph Carlson. It's not him. I'll say who it was. It was Everything Money, but yeah, I won't say what. If you attended the live stream, you know exactly what the correction was, and I also did talk about it in a voice call, but it's not that big of a deal, guys. You guys definitely know the mistake if you guys watched the videos and saw what they did. So you guys would have spotted it. Don't worry. Kingdom Finance. Oh, I love EM. And by the way, let me just say one more reminder because I see more people are joining the stream. Anyone is welcome to come onto the stream. The link should be posted, and it should be there. So let me stop sharing to see if that actually. Okay, that's weird. Now the signal thing went away, so I think it's a lot better now. I don't know why it's StreamYard doing this. All right. Anyways, because I was actually using another. Let me see if it's something that's going on over here. Okay. Let me see if that's gonna help it. Yeah, StreamYard kind of. I only have StreamYard because that allows me to bring people on, and that's what the point of these Saturday ones are for. So anyone who wants to come on can come on. Okay, just in case, you know. Are you deleted because you realized Mo was probably smarter than you? Yes, that's exactly why. That is exactly why. I understood that it was a fool to even do such a thing. All right, so video quality is not so good. All right, well, dang, I don't know what to do about that. All right, why is Meta stock going down? Meta stock's going down because people are losing faith in the overall business structure. And I'd say that, you know, granted, there's a ton of problems. Some of the problems that I mean, we can talk about it. Like we see Apple basically put a huge rock of uncertainty in Meta's way, in Meta's path to victory. So that's, I think, why Meta is focusing so hard on trying to create the metaverse so that they can control the platform. Because the person who controls the customer has all the power in this instance. Like I say, in this relationship that you and I have, the company that holds all the power, the entity that holds all the power is YouTube. At any day, YouTube can decide that it no longer wants me to talk to you, and we will no longer be talking, because at the end of the day, you are using their platform, and I'm using their platform to communicate with you. So that's as far as things go. And if we take it from the perspective of Meta, well, Apple controls the platform by which a lot of the users use their services. And so if you think about it from that context, Apple has a lot of the power. So you definitely want to be Apple in that relationship. All right. So you guys are all making speculations here that we can all talk about. So honestly, don't think this is a buying opportunity at the moment. The CPI print changes economic. Okay. But Nash, I think a lot of people have been talking about how the economic uncertainty is pretty strong. Like the consumer is not going to be healthy for it, I would say. We at some point remember oh wait, we'll talk about that in a second, McBuda. I see what you're saying, but as far as it goes with consumers rejecting prices, I think that's a huge possibility. I don't think, well, I shouldn't be, you definitely know. So I'm basically lecturing someone. Don't care. I'm buying. I mean, you can also take that perspective. You could be dollar cost averaging into low cost index funds. That's one strategy. Buying your stocks that you like. That's a strategy. Do whatever you want. It's your money. TLT. So you would be buying TLT if you really do believe interest rates are going to be coming down. So if you think interest rates are going to be coming down, you would want exposure to the long end of the curve. And that specific fund allows you to do that. If you were looking, or if you somehow thought, if you really thought that interest rates are going to continue to rise, which I sold too early, the TTT would be the one. Just keep in mind that's leverage, and that's for a very specific strategy. So if you're wrong, you're going to get hurt. Facebook is used mostly by boomers. So there is the Facebook aspect, yes, that is used mostly by boomers. I only use Facebook, I believe, for its marketplace feature. Back in the day, I don't use it anymore because I'm not really buying anything. And if you think about it from another perspective, well, we have WhatsApp monetization that's still kind of yet to be executed. You have Instagram monetization that's still growing and growing. They just released the feature that allows individuals to use Instagram to pay each other, similar to Venmo in this case. And I think people are underestimating how big of a deal that is for non-American markets, and especially like considering that how many people around the world use WhatsApp. People can probably comment that. So we talked about, see, a lot of these questions that are coming in, we talked about in the last live stream that is unfortunately not available right now, but it is rendering still after over a day. So I really do apologize. It might be that it just doesn't finish rendering. So more than open to answering the question again, though. So what my thoughts on Figma's acquisition? I'm not opposed to it. Not like, let me be clearer on that. So I'm not opposed to it in the strictest of sense. Like I'm okay. I think that Adobe is trying to be a bit defensive. They're trying to acquire a competitor, up and coming competitor. Do I agree with the price? That's different. So let me go to my write up here, because I do post write ups for this. So let me go here, and I wrote some of the stuff down because I think it's important. I'll share some details with you. So I know the deal is about 20 billion in cash, and the total amount. Oh, by the way, so one thing from Adobe's point of view is that the addressable market in that segment is about 16.5 billion by 2025. I know, addressable market. It's kind of a joke. But if we look at some more details about the actual deal, the way it's broken up, and I have it written down somewhere here. I want to make sure I don't misquote this. I know one thing you should know is that the annual recurring revenue at the end of 2022 is supposed to be about 400 million ARR. So just keep that in mind. And I think that's the increase in ARR for this year. So it's growing massively. It has been growing by 50% previously, but this year, I think that the expectation is that it finishes off with about 400 million in extra amount. And if we look at the amount that they were at, it was like 80 something million. And when you kind of look at it from that, you're kind of like, it seems like a bit much, but Adobe's looking at it that they're kind of securing more of their competitors, kind of solidifying their space. Also multitasking because I'm reading to find where I put the actual details of the deal. Let's see here. Okay, I know that I wrote down here, they may have Okay, it's half cash, half stock. There we go. Half cash, half stock. So it's $10 billion in cash, $10 billion worth of stock at the time that they signed the deal. And then about 6 million units were also granted to the Figma CEO and the employees that will be vested over the next 4 years. So what that basically is doing is keeping the talent at the company. So it's very common, so it's not big of a deal. But Adobe's looking at it, okay, we bought this company. Who made this company what it is today? Let's try to keep those people in. And so what one thing we can do is we can give them stocks that vest over a certain period of time so that they stay within the business. And that's exactly what they did. So about 6 million units total, and it's granted to the CEO of Figma and also the current employees of Figma. So it's 50-50 deal, cash and stock. All right. So Cedric, you're saying it has huge potential, or you're saying, oh, that's with Meta. So indeed, if Instagram, if they have a shop like the Chinese version of TikTok where broadcaster can sell things, I think that's where they're moving. Instagram or Facebook should take heavy inspiration with a lot of these Chinese companies. My personal opinion. Yeah, I know the name you guys, some of you are talking about. I know the name Figma is kind of funny. It's weird. Canva is smart. I think they will IPO. Yeah, Canva's another good product. I like Canva. Capital Mindset. Why do you believe the metaverse is the right way to go for Facebook? They haven't really. I don't think it's the right way to go. For me, it's not why I would be investing in Facebook. It's not why I'd be investing in Meta. It's kind of like the extra thing they have there. But the company, I'll say what the company believes. The company believes it's the right way to go because they want to control their own platform. They want to make sure that they are in control of the customer. He who controls the customer, he or she, right? Very progressive. He or she who controls the customer has all the power. And so Meta understands that. So they want a place where they can control the platform itself. And that's the metaverse. That's how they see it. See, Johnson for stocks, that's what I agree with. They need their own platform. And they think that that's why they're making that necessary investment. Will it pan out? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe not, right? I'm with you on that. I'm with you on, okay, I haven't seen anything. So that's why I just said, I don't think so, right? But at the end of the day, they have all these other businesses that are still very successful in their own right. And, for a while to come, there's going to be plenty of users in various key locations around the world that they can still make a ton of money. Now, is it my highest conviction? No, it's not going to be my highest conviction. And in fact, even though at these prices, I'm probably going to be nibbling. And that was the answer I gave in the last live stream when someone asked that, are you going to be buying? Yeah, I'm probably going to be nibbling here, adding to the position. Just because there's another in this space that I am buying. I haven't done a video on them, but yeah, buying them. You asked this question twice, so I guess I will answer one. Well, both. What am I saying? I'll answer the question because I see you. Then you added me. When you at me, I get to see the response too. Oh, here we have a guest coming on, so I'll bring Bacon Memes on and I'll answer your questions simultaneously. How you doing, Bacon Memes?
Newt.
Oh, hold on. I apologize. Let me change my audio settings so I don't. Yeah, apologize for that. All right. Proceed to talk, and I think you should be good.
Newt check 1 2. Newt.
Yeah. How you doing, man?
All right, sweet. I'm doing okay. How is everyone?
I'm doing good. All right. I'm going to answer this question, but my personal opinion, okay, because the thing is, I don't like to introduce too many stocks into my portfolio at any given year. I really don't. But the ones that will perform the best, I mean, the ones that have been performing the best in my portfolio that were fairly new acquisitions. I'll go with the ones that I guess have been holding for less than a year now and have done well in this environment and probably will continue to do well in this environment. So my insurance stocks, but you're talking about specifically 3 stocks. I guess we're doing it for fun, so no one actually take this into consideration. Off the top of my head, probably anything. The thing is, the valuation. Oh, gosh, that's what makes it hard because it is it's a difficult environment. Picking off from the same stocks that have done well. I mean, Cardinal Health has done really well. Unum has done really well. GPN still has done pretty well. What is GPN at right now? But GPN has done pretty well. Yeah, GPN's still doing pretty well. I think industrial is going to have a hard time. We lost Bacon, but it's okay. I think he was about to drive. Let's see. I'm trying to think. And Vertex Pharmaceuticals has done really well. That's not one I own. Insurance companies, tech has done bad. Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to see further weakness in industrials. We're probably going to see further weakness banks. It is an interesting question. I'm not sure if I'd pick 3, maybe only 2 that I would be interested in that buying. I'm buying one stock, but the thing is, I'm not too much concerned about what's like. Okay, let me ask a counter question. What is the duration? Like, what is the time frame? That helps me out with this question because I don't know the time frame that we're going off of, that we're having fun with in this case. So tell me a time frame, and then I can better answer that question. So that's my counter question to you, Farhati. I don't know if I pronounced your name right, but yeah. Nope, no worries. So just answer that second part of the question. I can kind of go from there. All right, let me have. Oh wait, we got Bacon Memes back. How you doing, Bacon?
Doing all right. Yeah, like me turning on the car just like killed the whole thing. So back.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah.
All right, we have Wait, did you? Oh my gosh, Tyson, stop it! I see what happened. All right, let me see what All right, let's see this. All right. So you said 2 to 3 years. It's a very hard environment. Yes, 2 to 3 years. A part of me doesn't want to pick the ones that have done, yeah, because I'd probably semis is really tough right now. Semis is really tough, but at the same time, you see, the thing is, they're not juicy right now, but I think they're gonna get pretty juicy. Some of these stocks, I'm gonna say, are probably gonna get pretty juicy in the coming months. So a lot of these industrial stocks that I've been wanting to add to, I think, like for example, Celine's Corporation. I think that it's gonna get cheaper from here, and then at some point it's going to be like the tides will turn essentially. So I think that one. Stop sleeping on Uber. Someone's saying no, not BurgerFi. BurgerFi is a micro cap. I have bought Warner Brothers Discovery. So Warner Brothers Discovery, I mean, it's difficult to say, but we have to see some more quarters where they're executing. They got to actually pull down that debt. It's pretty dangerous right now, the amount of debt they have, if we're being honest. And yeah, we saw with that recent quarter. So it was an ugly quarter to say the least. All right, so let's see. You'll buy it $100. I mean, I'm willing to buy a stock at $100 if it's worth it to me, and willing to kind of let them settle their moment of uncertainty. It's okay with me. I'm okay with that. All right, I'm trying to think. I mean, it's a very on the spot question. 3. So yeah, I'm kind of also changing up your parameters a little bit because I'm kind of cheating and now saying that, okay, these probably will perform poorly going a little bit into the future, but you extended the time frame to 2 to 3 years. So then in those 2 to 3 years, I don't even know if this actually gets to me, by the way, but thank you for the super chat. I don't know if this just goes all to Google because I don't know how that works. But you recommend selling the RIP? Here, or recommend anything? I'm not selling the RIP. I mean, I sold some stocks on the RIP from you can check out the portfolio update live stream. We talked about that. And so far it's aged well, but we'll see. Going back to that other question because I still haven't answered it. But to answer your question, Chen MD, I'm holding for the most part. I'm not like timing the market, not getting out of the market. I'm very happy with the performance of some of my stocks. And yeah, I'm trying to think because Occidental Petroleum, 2 to 3 years is hard. Occidental Petroleum, Intel has a lot to prove. Occidental Petroleum might be because they get fully acquired by Berkshire Hathaway, so don't be surprised. Might be interesting. Geez. I mean, if we see what's Activision Blizzard, so if the deal goes through, I mean, that one's going to be. It is an environment where there's a lot of companies that are kind of just question marks. There's a lot of question marks ahead of them. All right, it's at $76 right now. All right. Intel, trust me, don't buy right now. I'd agree with Cedric. Meta probably could do well if they prove everyone wrong. If they start to prove everyone wrong, I wouldn't be surprised that they are going to perform really well, because at the price where they're at right now, we're basically pricing in very slow growth for Meta going forward, or almost negative growth. So just they have to prove themselves, though. I'm not in chips now, but 3 years, I don't know. So that's the thing. So if we kind of change the way we're thinking about this question, which I think is a really good something to explore. I mean, it's something that technically we all should be doing. Kind of thinking about what's something that could show some weakness, maybe this year, maybe a little bit next year, but over 2 to 3 years is going to present a good buying opportunity in the near term, so that in the long term we can achieve really good returns. Semis are probably going to go through their, down cyclical side, or their downturn, sorry, on their cyclical side. So because we were talking about that specifically with Micron, right, Bacon?
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking that with Micron. We were talking about, a user named Nameless was talking about that with NVIDIA pretty early on. I think NVIDIA is now coming down nicely, right? I've been asked about NVIDIA lately. It's at 131, but it's up on Friday, so therefore wrong. But on the month, it's down 29%. And then Julius Caesar's right. So you could also play the picks and shovels of the semiconductor industry. So we are kind of going through the downturn. There's another one that I'll mention, Julius. So there's KLAC, LRCX, AMAT, and TER. That's another one, Teradyne. Everyone kind of sleeps on Teradyne. So Teradyne also has a robotics division on top of that, but KLAC is like the bigger one. So yeah, semis, there's going to be probably ample picking. Industrial is going to be ample picking. But with more pain ahead if we're going to see a slowdown. And like a third one, we got to pick a third one. My brain's going like, okay, which one? Because I also have to like it, because I know that you could probably do well with some of these recovery stocks that have just been destroyed. Trying to think of another one. Not insurance, no. If I think of a third one, I'll mention it. Berkshire is an all weather. It's not really going to outperform, but it's going to be a tight ship. I don't like Baba. You can go back to all the old Baba videos, but sure, sure. I don't like Baba. What do you think about TR at this price? I haven't actually looked at TR in a long time, so I'm going to be looking at TR for the first time in months. I don't even know. Okay, they're at 82. Teradyne does a lot of system checks for semiconductors, and they also have like a small robotics company within them. So that's another thing that makes them interesting. But I wouldn't put too much weight on that. It's kind of like a call option on the company. SoFi, my OFI. I don't like SoFi. SoFi, the only thing I find interesting about SoFi, like the only redeeming quality for me personally about SoFi is Galileo. But I think Galileo, I'm almost like kind of getting cautious, because we're seeing right on Bacon, a lot of people are kind of hyping up Galileo now.
Yeah.
To be the AWS.
Here's a random question. Maybe it will be useful for some people, hopefully. Your thoughts on the VIX index and different related ETFs?
Like investing in the VIX index?
I mean,
investing in volatility, betting on volatility?
Whether it's a tool or if it's of use for anyone that doesn't dabble in, say, options or different things.
Well, I think it's useful to kind of see how is the market behavior right now. So if we're seeing a lot of volatility right now, we're obviously, maybe we're oversold, maybe we're too much optimism. So that's kind of how I look at it, like a fear versus greed index. I don't personally, or have not I don't think ever invested in something to benefit from volatility. Like that's not the intent. Like I'll do, for example, I'll maybe at very few times purchase some puts just in case, because I think, for example, they're very cheap in certain periods of time, and there's maybe an investment that I have questionable confidence in over the near to short term, so I'll protect myself. But yeah, I would say for the average investor, I would probably not. It's not necessary for me. I don't know about you. What do you think? I mean, like, because I'm kind of like using it not for options. You're saying using it to kind of as a barometer for stocks.
Yes. Yeah. Like something that, like, people that don't mess with any sort of derivative or more complex product, would they get any sort of utility out of the VIX? Just, glancing at it every now and again. Again, my guess is probably not, depending on the time frame. But it could be something, maybe. I don't know.
The more tools in your toolbox, the better. But I hope it doesn't like engulf that person's strategy, is what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, yeah.
I hope it doesn't, you become like your number one indicator. People are saying you're posing for your modeling job.
Oh, I'm way too fat for that.
I think Nash is saying that. Nash.
I saw that some people were happy like the first time I tried to get on. So, hi everyone. Thank you all. Yeah. Like the one thing that I'm curious on though is the VIX mean or meme reverting, or is it clustering?
Let me see where it's at right now.
Sometimes I think it alternates between the two. Me personally, because we've seen VIX before go up to like skyrocket to really high levels like 80 or above, which implies a lot. So short term, anything can happen. Long term, maybe reverting.
I mean, it actually seems like it is, because I haven't. Let me see this. I'm putting it on the.
Obviously, again, this is not supposed to be financial advice. This is like me.
No, this is just for fun, guys. Right here, this part.
Me like articulating some questions I have for Fabio, because I still intend to interview you.
Oh, 100%, we can do that.
Yeah.
Are we doing it like just we're doing that off camera, on camera? How we doing
either or, whatever brings people the most joy and happiness. It could be a Discord thing, YouTube thing, both. I don't give a rip. Whatever. I mean, of course, like obviously, like fair warning to people, I will send questions to Fabio ahead of time, because like we know professionally he has obligations, so there's no sense in like wasting time. Like I want efficiency and Q&A to be useful for everyone. Like,
we could do it. We could do like you just ask me, can you answer a question on this topic, that topic, because I like the surprise.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right, cool.
I do like the surprise.
Cool.
So just say like, can it in this vicinity, and I'll tell you like what I would not and yes be allowed to. So then we can just do that, because the surprise is good. So like when the other subscriber did an interview or just like came on and asked questions like that, I had no idea what the questions were, because it provides, I think, you don't want like a robotic answer. So in order to avoid robotic answers, it's best to be surprised.
Alrighty.
Because almost then you can't even help it. You can't help being making it a robotic answer. All right. So someone's asking, well, people are saying it's meme reverting. People are saying it's meme reverting. I'll say Lord Slayer, it's actually kind of funny. So for me, when I determine a put is cheap, is basically how much I'm paying as a percentage versus like the coverage that I'm basically getting. It's very unofficial and non-exciting. I have an algorithm, an AI that automatically determines it on my behalf all the time. But it's not something, I don't want you to come across this that I'm always doing this. No, I don't usually dabble in purchasing put options for protecting a position. It's not something that I do frequently. The last time I can remember doing that was in 2019. And was not needed. It was not needed. So
are you more likely to do it if a position gets bigger relative to like on a percentage basis, I suppose. Like
Yeah.
ultimately.
And if there's like some sort of concern I may have, but I don't necessarily want to sell it.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to play with the soap. I don't want to sell it. So I might consider, depending on how expensive it looks, purchase a put option to just cover my bases. But it's not something that, it's not necessary to anyone who's watching. It's not something that you have to do and you're going to just suffer and die.
Yeah. Like time frame for a lot of these matter. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Usually, like, for example, with Alphabet, I've never done that. I've never once done that with Alphabet. I never felt the need to do that with Alphabet. It would probably be, and the thing is, with some stocks, it's too expensive. It's just too expensive to even secure these contracts. So it's not worth it, right? So it's on a case by case basis, and that's even with like selling call options. Like when I did videos on selling call options on AGRD and Unum, which Unum right now, by the way, let's talk about that. I'm kind of failing on those call options. It's not the full position, but it can go to show you how this is like the part of the call options that you got to be careful with. So let me see. Right now, just because this is like showing a this is well, it could have been optimized better, is what I'm trying to get at.
Is it Delta that's screwing you over, or more the vol side for your Unum calls?
Well, in this case, I sold the call option, right? I sold the call option at a strike for, let me see, I have it written down here. I just pulled it up. Strike price of 35. I didn't do it on the full position, so I lucked out on that. I sold it on a strike price of 35, expiring December 16th. So a bit decent duration. And I executed this on 8/8/2022. So now if we look at the price of Unum, just to give an idea, I'm pretty sure Unum is still, Unum's at $40 now. So
Well,
even though I on a 35 execution price, I'm still over 100% gain. Or no, not over 100%. I think I'm just under 100%. I'm on just under 100% gain on those shares. I'm missing out on this opportunity loss. It's an opportunity loss that I'm experiencing now if the price of Unum shares are above that 35 strike on the date of expiration. So this is like the negative side, you could say, where I could have actually been better off holding on to Unum throughout that time period, all of it, the whole position, and then just deciding to sell at that point in period of time, or selling those shares probably now, because that $5 difference now is significant relative to the premium. Okay, so it is actually a worse off position I am in on that movement. So that's kind of what's the problem there. So yes, Fabio should join EM and learn options. What do you think, Bacon?
I don't recommend that at all. Save your money. Investopedia would be more, fruitful in that regard.
Yeah.
But yeah. Wait, so how do you account for your cost basis on that? Are you going LIFO, FIFO?
So I think I have, because different brokerages, they allow you to yeah, okay, but yeah, I know why you are you just learning that in your class?
I learned
Inventory.
years, like just being as a garage band finance guy beforehand. So we haven't hit LIFO, FIFO, and what was it, dollar cost averaging? Or
No, there's weighted average.
yeah. Wait, yeah, that's it. But yeah, like we haven't hit inventory yet. But I imagine we will. I imagine there will be a lot of deer in headlights, looks from people. But show must go on.
Yeah, I mean, inventory is actually not that bad. There's only when you're doing some changes. Well, actually, when you're going from FIFO to LIFO, or no, I think the reverse one. I already forgot from the exam. One of them is deemed too impractical to make the change. So you just actually you measure it prospectively, not retrospectively. Because it's insane. I think it's from FIFO to LIFO. So, but anyways.
For viewers, IFRS, I think, forces people to only pick one. Is it LIFO?
I can find out right now.
I forgot. I'm sorry.
I forgot too already.
I just completely derailed like any sort of value that we could offer the chat.
Yes, the disallowance of the use of LIFO, but so you cannot use LIFO. So it does not allow the use of LIFO method.
Yeah.
Only FIFO, first in, first out. Oh, FIFO is first in, first out. LIFO is last in, first out, by the way. We probably should have said that too. Okay, so Ricky is asking a question here. Deep throat prices. I love the way that's worded. Deep throat prices for CE and LYB to build out positions capital mindset. Was that what I'm thought of now? What are my deep throat prices? Oh, we have another a member coming in here. This guy's on his phone. How you doing, Cole? The deep throat prices for Celine's Corporation and LYB. For me, I haven't. Let me see. I think I wrote it down. So for LYB Corporation, it's gonna be like when I'm probably going to keep it tamed, by the way, because I don't want massive exposure to the chemical industry. So let's just say I think I would like to add how I have it kind of planned out is if it hits 70, that's going to be a key point for me to add a bit more to the position. And then if it hits anywhere close to around, and it probably, I mean, let's not kid ourselves, it might get there. 50 and under would be another adding point for me. And then Celine's Corporation, I'm actually just buying in tranches. I think I'm buying pretty much weekly. I didn't buy this week, except I did buy one tranche Monday.
And Margot Robbie taught me what that word means. I think.
What?
Tranche.
From The Big Short, I guess.
Yeah, I think she explained.
That's the only reason you would use that word.
Isn't that also a part of the? It's like the deepest thing in the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting price for Rick. Rick is the company that we unironically. Well, I unironically liked it after I looked at it. I looked at it as a joke originally. Got to be honest, because you guys asked it like a joke. When I looked at it, I was like, oh, it's not that bad. Well, and then it proceeded to skyrocket.
Yeah, well, a lot of people don't realize that Rick, they see it as the strippers, but Rick actually owns a bunch of real estate, so they don't pay taxes.
Yeah, that's a Robert Kiyosaki strategy, everyone.
I don't know. Do they own the physical strip club? I actually have no idea.
I think they do.
I mean, they should if they want to not pay taxes.
Let me see. I can find out very quickly. I remember. See, there's too many companies. Too many companies. I know, like, it's surprising if you actually find out. I don't know if you guys know this. Do you know Target owns a huge amount of their locations?
Yes, we brought that up last stream.
No, I have to re-mention it because some people didn't see the last stream. So I've already been getting questions that I addressed also in that stream. It's a screaming buy for Intel. Let me see the investors. But yeah, Bacon, did I go over everything you were asking, or was there some part?
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, I'll ask things later on. So I'll exit out and let you and Cole and the next person, whoever hops on, have at it.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah,
lovely community though.
On Friday, Rick was trading for $69 a share. I wish they had been trading for $420.
Welcome, Fake Alias. How you doing?
Doing good.
Where are your uploads, bro? I know people piss me off when they ask me where my uploads are, but that's because I upload like once a week, so it's not even.
He's doing CPA. He's doing CPA.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck.
No, people who are not doing CPA don't respect CPA. They don't respect the grind. I respect the grind. Fake Alias.
Yeah, I mean, I've been slacking a little bit on that too. Mostly just work's been busy. I enrolled into the guest auditor program for internal audit, so I'm doing my regular work, studying for the CPA, and helping internal audit just to get more experience in the company I'm working at.
I see you have your CPA water behind you.
What's
CPA
water? Yeah, no. It's nuts. Yeah, working also while studying the CPA is tough. It is tough. It's something that, it's something that I think once you're done with it, oh my gosh, it's gonna feel so good. That's how I feel it's gonna be. It's gonna feel so good.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not gonna really do YouTube until I'm done with that at this point.
I mean, that's basically why I don't upload.
Yeah, it's crazy that you're doing the CPA with 2 kids, Alias.
He's trolling you. Don't really. half of what Cole says is jokes. You gotta understand.
I mean, I treat my 2 cats like kids, so it's like the same thing.
It's basically
Yeah,
the same thing.
yeah. His Twitter bio says YouTuber / proud cat dad.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a Twitter, I'd probably say that.
Yeah. What now? As far as let me see if other people are. So Netflix is doing good. Yeah, Netflix is doing good, but we'll see because the story's not over yet. I think the connection is now much better. I don't know why my internet is bipolar because I'm attached to the
was
Ethernet.
bringing up the story a reference to something, or
What?
you said the story of Netflix. I don't know if you're referring to like a YouTuber or
No.
actually
I
saying-
legitimately say the story hasn't really played out yet. Yeah, it's doing really good, and I'm happy. I'm really happy that it's doing really good. Obviously, but the story hasn't played out yet, so it would be too early to celebrate. But I like it.
Yeah, actually, going back to the top 3 stocks thing, what's your opinion right now on PayPal? Because that's actually been one of my best performers recently.
But what are they at now? They're at 94 now.
Yeah, they're like in the mid 90s.
I mean,
I think I have an average of like 83 right now.
the video that I made right before it did the run up, which kind of pissed me off because that's when I started to get really busy. And I didn't get to buy because in that video I said I wanted to buy it, and then I got so busy I didn't buy it, and then it ran up. I had to make like a sad video saying but basically what I'm saying is the answer to your question is I like it. I liked it at those prices, and I'm jealous that you got in because I almost it's psychologically I don't want to buy it at 94, and I think when I did my analysis at 94 it's just not, the risk reward isn't there for me, but it's not a bad company by any stretch of the imagination. Well, that shouldn't even be in the same sense or even in the same thought. It's a good company, good quality business. Just for me, it's just I want to get. I'm maybe being too greedy. I want to get it at that good price. So, yeah, I like the company. I went on a rant there, and you got to understand, guys. When I go on rants like that, also I'm exhausted. That's what happens to me. I don't know if you feel the same way. Like my brain half can't function.
Oh yeah, there's definitely days like that.
I was actually it's funny, right before I turned off a podcast to come on here. And it was an interview with some guy's name I can't pronounce, Roloff Botha or something. He was the CFO at PayPal from 2001 2003. Now he works at Sequoia Capital. So typically when I listen to a podcast about people, their stock does well after. So if you want to load up on PayPal a bit. No, dude, I listened to I mentioned this before. I listened to the autobiography of Elon Musk right when March 2020, and that went up 20x in a year or something, 10x. I don't know.
All right, so you got to tell me every time.
Every time I listen to a podcast.
I've been having the inverse problem where every time I buy a product, that stock goes down. I signed up for HBO Max, and that's not doing so well right now.
Make sure you watch Smiling Friends.
And I canceled Netflix, and then it ran up.
Is Netflix up a lot? I haven't looked at it.
Yeah, Netflix is up a lot. Netflix is the one that when I started buying shares of Netflix, I got actually a decent amount. Not I don't want to make it sound like it's violent pushback. It's disagreement, because I think a lot of investors were kind of disillusioned with Netflix. It had recently, at the time, fallen. Let me see when it had fallen about 75%.
Yeah, it went from 800 to 170.
Yeah.
There's one point I looked at a Joseph Carlson video, and then it showed the total return. I think at one point his Netflix position said negative 80%.
Yeah, no, it was nuts, right? So,
and to point out, this is the third time Netflix has fallen 80%. So it's not as if it's unheard of.
Yeah.
Of course, it's at a size that maybe bouncing back like it has previously will be a little difficult.
Yeah, there's another question about Snowflake here, but yeah, I think for a lot of investors, it's easy to say that, oh, I'll buy when the stock's down 75%, but it's another thing to actually do it. And I think if you mentally try to separate the price action, like Cole, we talked about this in the last live stream. We talked about this exact topic. The price action shouldn't matter whatsoever. As much as people think.
In 2011, in 5 months in 2011, July to November, Netflix fell over 70%. down to $11. So that would have been a good entry point.
Yeah. It's like, well, the momentum of a stock price movement does matter because you're getting into like behavioral finance. Like you're getting into how maybe the market's starting to get irrational, right? Because we could say like that's why you're not really going to pick the bottom. You can buy it. It could be a good price and it could go lower than that, right?
I've often thought that if you buy a stock at a good price, you're probably going to initially lose money because if it's at a good price, it's because people are still selling and it's so hard to time the bottom perfectly.
Yeah, which is typically why I always I buy over time. That's just me though. I buy over time, and so like the only one that recently that comes to memory, because really of the buys this year, it was GPN. GPN's the only one that I bought like all at once. That was it. All the other ones was building out. Netflix was building out, and then I had like a strategy. Everyone has to make their own strategy for themselves. Where for me, I would set up price points in which I would buy or start buying more aggressively. And then everyone has to always consider their own personal situation. Like, okay, how much capital do you have present? How much capital is coming in responsibly? Because I didn't pay my credit card bills this month, so I can invest more in the market. No good. But yeah, so I consider that too. And then I say, okay, well, I have this much capital coming in, so I could reasonably allocate this much to my desired investments. Oh, one more thing, I guess out of topic. I don't know if you guys saw the news on the Discord. So I'm moving. And so with that, there's going to be like a pause of videos here and there. So I'm thinking about keeping separate the place where I film versus my home. And so that would be interesting.
Like
having a studio, like having an actual
you're
studio.
saying just like out in the yard, or you're saying like
no, like separate.
Drive there.
Yeah, just so like when I'm home, I can just like only focus on relaxing.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, I wouldn't fucking drive to go make videos, but I mean, if that's something you can do, then I think it's smart to separate it from home.
Yeah. Well, and also because I'm going to consider the frequency, and I'll be honest, if everyone's watching Capital Mindset for like daily videos, don't watch me for daily videos. That's not going to happen. I'm going to be doing maybe live streams. The settings will change. Live streams will be a bit more impromptu. I like doing live streams I don't like the serious live stream vibe. I don't like that. I don't care for that. That's not what I want to be. So, just I don't know. I'll maybe do it from my iPad and like have a room in the house, and I'll do. Oh gosh, it just ends up being the YouTube studio. Slowly but surely. Oh, we have another guest coming in. Here you go.
Strong man. Nope.
It's the other guy.
It's the other guy. Yeah. All right. Let's see.
Look, I gotta say, take a screenshot of this and compare it to an episode of Millennial Money. This is just this is sad.
What was that?
Sad for the other side, or sad
No,
for us?
sad for us. Like you got Kevin, Jeremy, two supermodels of the male industry, and then you got Graham and Andre, just two of the most successful YouTubers. And I mean, look at this.
Yeah, I think only one of us owns a Tesla, so
that's true. But they own 4 Teslas, so that's one for each of us.
Mm-hmm. Wait, who owns 4 Teslas?
You do.
Oh yeah.
I do not. I don't own 4 Teslas. That's a lie.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, we have this is gonna get crowded fast.
Hey.
Wait, why'd you
have a hat and I don't?
Why'd you put the bald people on the bottom? Like, what kind of message are you trying to show?
I'm trying to build a pyramid.
It burnt the hell out of my head today. I was at a wine festival.
We got 2 Andrew Tates.
Oh,
okay, yeah, I'll take it off too, guys.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. It would just be like maybe a slower stream of video content.
Can we?
We've also separated it by people.
Are we not allowed to? Can we talk about Savannah Carlin, or is that?
Yeah, we can. No, we can talk about. No. These are very like loose live streams. These are for you guys. Like
so, like. Okay, so let's talk about the whole selling thing that he does. And did you guys watch his recent videos? Like,
I
No,
went at him. He actually responded to me. I went at him on one of those videos.
Okay.
Go for it, guys. No, seriously, go for it.
Why are we separated by people who own Ford stock and people who don't?
What's
Cole, just because you said that.
There's no room for hair when you buy Ford because your brain is so big. So
what's
I thought
MLM?
you're losing hair from stress.
What's MLM? Is that like the
Multi-level marketing?
oh that's the pyramid scheme thing? Yeah. Okay.
Not legally.
No, Nash. What causes a live stream to be taken down is if I like in that live stream, I specifically corrected a YouTube channel and I did not want them to learn the correction. Right? I don't want to educate them.
Oh yeah.
Or help them in whatever way. I want to
just
keep.
like the Sven.
We're not going to talk about that.
Kingdom set like
What?
I've never
wait,
sold my
no.
whole portfolio
What is
in 20 years.
What is this?
Yeah, Cole. Now you're at the bottom. Get out of here, you peasant.
No. Inverse coal ETF.
Finally noticed.
Yeah. I mean, Dan will crush you, Cole, because you buy VTI instead
What
of
does that mean? You're short the world? Is that what that means?
I mean, I'm already beating your VT or whatever the hell you've got in your portfolio. All right.
Okay,
So
let's
look, 5-year chart, all you people. VU versus SCHD with reinvested dividends. SCHD wins.
Yeah, that's king.
I'm sorry, but you lose. So
Yeah, Cole's gonna make a video tomorrow. Why dividends are trash with starring Sasha Yashin or whatever.
I don't upload.
Looking at Chris's text or Echoes' text here. What is this?
But like Sven's like, oh, I've lost 35, or somebody says I lost 37% of my portfolio this year, and he like in a comment, Sven posts it in a video and blasts the guy, which who knows if he asked him permission. And then he's like, oh, it's not my fault. You invest how you want. And it's like, that dude probably got really hurt by that loss. He probably followed your fucking training and you just don't care. And then the next day it's another video about Warner Brothers or something. After he said he sold his portfolio, embarrasses this.
No. You're getting it. Well, hold on. It's 4 reasons I sold everything. Then it was Warner Brothers. Then it was roasting the comment. Then it was margin of safety. And today, apparently, there's a war about to happen.
For Sven Carlin's community, or
no, I think like Russia, maybe.
oh, okay.
It's just like there's no account. Like somebody said, like there's no accountability for these people. Like he has garbage training. You're 3 times worse off following Sven, or his portfolio has gotten crucified compared to just like the index. Yeah. And he doesn't give a crap that someone lost money. And then people in the comments are like, well, that guy, it's his fault. I'm like, whoa, I mean, what if he follows Sven's course? He paid Sven, he trusts him. He gets 3 times crushed more than the markets, but it's his fault. Like there's no accountability for what is Sven putting on YouTube.
Yeah.
And my thing is,
he's just on to the next video. He doesn't give a shit. He's just more content. It's just ridiculous.
And my thing is like he chooses like the weirdest European stocks on the planet. Like we should like replace Sven's channel with like Ocean and like McBuddha. They'll absolutely just crush it, man. Just saying. Those are 2 absolute European nerds, bro. And that's a compliment, not a.
Does Sven live physically in Europe?
Yeah.
I didn't know if he'd like moved to America or anything.
Oh no, he wouldn't survive here.
Yeah, like Julius said, the feature man dude, that 90-year-old dude is crushing Sven. I think he's only down like 12% this year.
Well, yeah, he bought Zim.
Yeah, and he's crushing Mr. PhD, who value investor. I don't know what he is, but
so I
don't know.
I dig into the rabbit hole a lot more than other people. I am shocked at the number of like 80-year-old men uploading their stock picks daily.
I like Chuck.
I like Chuck.
I think because I don't. What are they large YouTube channels?
No. I said to like 8 viewers. They're just making daily stock videos.
Yeah, they're having fun.
So Sven's reading margin of safety to YouTube while he invested in micro cap Chinese stocks.
Oh yeah.
I don't.
Does anyone else be like, what are you doing?
Oh, here's some content.
You don't have a margin of safety. You're insane. Like,
yeah.
A long time ago, I have to go back through my comments that I've made, but I commented on Sven Carlin's videos a long time ago. These are before ever I started making YouTube videos. It was about the Chinese VIE structures. Because I had already come to learn way before I ever, picked up, any form of like actual accounting textbooks or anything like that. That were on this topic, on this very topic. I already had understood, the complexity of how a VIE can look like. And I was just getting started really in that journey. So this was like probably 2018, but intrinsically I had understood, or it really ingrained in me, and it made sense to me that these entities are things that I don't want to be a part of. I told you guys before about one experience I've had, and I think I've talked about it in a live stream. So it's out there, it's public. And if not, here you go. If you haven't heard this story, I had an investment in, not that long though, but briefly, Baosun, because I had a bias. My bias was I had done very, very, very well in Shopify and Mercado Libre. And you got to understand, Mercado Libre was an investment that was basically saying the Shopify of Latin America. So that one, you had two that worked out, right? And we had the Shopify, the original, then the Shopify of Latin America that worked out. And here's comes the Shopify of China, the allure, the Shopify of China. See, let it roll off the tongue like that. And it's not at all.
Sorry? What's the company? I missed
BZUN. So it's another VIE structure. And so this is again like 2018 or 2017, a long time ago at this point now. And I got the appreciation or there was a moment in time where I was like, oh, wow, look at all these Chinese companies. They're very cheap. They're extremely cheap. And I think there was at some point a moment of realization when it was at one of my internships. I was talking to someone about this, and they kind of introduced me to the idea like, hey, you got to be careful with these things. And I had no idea about like the VIE structure. And then I read into it, and that guy, thankfully, put me down the rabbit hole at really understanding what these entities are. And not that all VIEs are bad, because we've talked about, for example, Dutch Bros, Rocket Mortgage. They're American VIEs. It's just an umbrella term. But these are structured in a very interesting way where, I definitely just don't want to be part of it. So after finding that out, and I think Baosun today is significantly lower because we saw this depression in Chinese stocks over the past 2 to 3 years. Let me see, BZUN, if you guys want to actually go check it out. But this was, oh my gosh, it's $6. Oh my God. Yeah, so it basically did nothing. And I was blessed that the investment, it basically just did nothing. And only recently is when it absolutely got destroyed, and deservedly so, which, by the way, it's not even like a Shopify. Like, that's actually very misleading. And I'm pretty sure, unironically, Kramer has an interview with the CEO of Baosun, calling it the Shopify of China. And so it's a very common narrative at the time. So, but anyways, if you guys never heard about this company, yeah, there you go. That's an example. So, and where I was going with this is I went on Sven's channel, and I think it was 2019. So this is already post me going down that rabbit hole, 2019 or late 2018, somewhere around there. And I commented, hey, what about these like VIs? And he just said, it's not a problem. You can always buy the Hong Kong shares. Now, the problem with that is if you buy the Hong Kong shares, you're still participating in the VIE because that's still not the A shares. So, to point out that he's been, pretty serious on these Chinese micro caps for a decent time. So,
I heard he bought the Aerotine of China.
The what? Sorry. Say that again. Sorry, you cut
the
off.
Aerotine of China.
Wolf of Wall Street joke.
That's a wild.
You can get the Chinese exposure. I looked at I have plenty of Chinese exposure with all my American companies.
Oh yeah.
I don't see why you need to buy a Chinese company like Starbucks. There's plenty of Chinese exposure there, or Carrier, or the elevator people. Like, I think I said 650,000 of their million future projects are in China. The CEO said in a call I was listening to.
Yeah,
there's Chinese exposure for somebody. You don't have to go buy like a construction company in China. Like, there you go. You got exposure. If you want, go buy Otis. Like, you can be smarter about it. Like, just people that pump that stuff, I can't stand it.
Yeah. Now, I can't say much about the nanocap stuff because I buy Indian nanocap companies, but
Okay, no, we're talking about what is? I don't even know what that word means.
I just want the Enron of China.
Nanocap basically like below.
Is it like
below 100 million, something like that? Yeah. I will never talk about them ever. Don't worry. Online, no worries.
Wealth 101, that's exactly what I would say, like modern day me would say that. So just because I had the same
Oh yeah.
yeah. I don't take that past success in terms of and I address like, or I think I understand that a lot of it was in some ways due to luck that Mercado Libre was actually a pretty solid company actually doing things, but you know, you could just as easily fall into the mental trap of having Baozun, the Shopify of China, when it's really not, and you got to be careful with that mentality. It is a common mentality, I think, that people fall into when they want to buy the something of something, the blank of blank, which was something we talked about in the live stream, the other live stream. Remember, Cole?
Well,
But,
yeah, I mean, it doesn't. It never makes sense as like some kind of thesis, because I mean that would be like if the when Michael Jordan retired and the Bulls drafted a new basketball player, you wouldn't go like, oh, he's the Michael Jordan of the Bulls. Like, it's a different person.
it's not so much even like a thesis. I wouldn't call it a thesis on it. I would say that, you know, okay, trying to understand on fundamentally what does a business do, and just saying, oh, it's the this of this.
Okay.
When there's going to be
think it's not even
no, because here's an example. C Limited. Tesla's a frozen.
People have said that.
That's an amazing comment. Who's
yeah, I know. No. This is actually what we were
Jeremy
talking
said.
about.
Yeah,
in
Jeremy said that.
the other live stream.
He said that?
Yeah, he not like he did word it that way. He's like, it's innovative like Tesla, and like.
Hey, Amit, if you're watching this, like, you should talk to Fabio about SoFi or someone here, please. Don't put a lot of money in that.
Oh, Amit? I don't think Amit watches.
People invest in SoFi.
So I did some research on it after his video, and then I was looking at credit losses. I sent Fabio some of it, but
you did,
he's better at it than I am. But their credit loss percentages are getting really bad. Like, they're going the wrong direction.
Yep,
pretty bad. Like, I'd like to see more. Or I'm curious how far it's going to go. But it's not good. Their SoFi deal for the stadium, they have to apparently renegotiate it at some point soon, and the dollar amount's more than I thought. SoFi stadium rights. So there's some. I don't know. I'd be very cautious about.
What
that.
do they own again? I forgot they had a stadium.
They have the naming rights to the new stadium in LA.
Yeah,
Dodge
Chargers,
the Raiders.
Rams.
Apparently, there's some. It's not a dollar amount. I think it's based on like economic activity, or it was like 3 paragraphs in their 10Q about the naming rights, and like it's not a settled amount they owe.
I can't imagine
that doesn't benefit you as a bank. I mean, it's a bank. You loan money to people. Who cares?
I can't imagine there's ever been a company that's profited from having the name of a stadium.
No.
Besides the Canadian banks, because they're just amazing. But
yeah,
it is what it is.
Take that. No, I'm kidding. I'll let you have that. Because the Canadians have so few. No, I'm kidding.
No.
I think that was the one thing I got from Warren Buffett. Didn't he say, like, you value banks on the value and quality of their loans?
Yes.
That's literally the only thing I ever know Buffett said. Yes. Like, my only quote from him. So it's like, that's the only way I know how to look at them. Like, because I have no idea. I don't know how to.
And the thing is, a thesis can change if a company starts like misallocating their money. Like, for example, Upstart at the beginning, I'm like, oh, this looks okay, artificial intelligence and their finances, all right. And then they start taking on the actual loans. I don't know. And now their balance sheet is just absolutely atrocious. And they started using non-GAAP metrics. So I don't know.
Yeah, the thing I liked about Upstart is when you could draw one card and give your opponent 1,000 life points.
Am I yelling? Do I need to like put the microphone back?
No, you sound good.
No. Like everyone's.
I'm yelling. Let me. I have it like right next.
No. It's good. It's good. The passion's great. So it's good. Keep roasting all the garbage stocks. I like it.
I just hate these YouTubers that they're like, oh, I'm so smart, buy my course, and then they finally show you they either sell their whole portfolio or they're like severely underperforming the market, or they come trash dividend investors because they're bored, and it's bro, what the fuck you doing? Like how about you fix your own house? Like
you should be talking capitals, because like a lot of these people that are following these guys, they all lose like 80-90%, and then
Martin, you're the guy who did pull-ups for a day, right?
Oh, what's up?
Pull-ups every day for like a month or two.
About what?
Martin and Chatty, he got my reference. So
Oh, nice. You get reference. Oh, nice.
yeah.
Everyone
5
knows
Gs
our
are the
reference.
best. So whatever.
Well, I was going to say, like, if we're going to talk about SoFi, SoFi is an interesting. Wait, we're getting feedback. Hello. Okay, we're gone.
I think you're good now.
So we have like with SoFi, right? There's so much wrong.
That has to be a joke comment, right? Like
What?
Jap.
Oh, yeah. I thought you said you can't say that.
Yeah, exactly. No, I caught myself the moment I said it. This is
You're
why.
like, oh,
This is
no,
why I don't hang out with
Gondar said a great point in the Discord. He's like, do we even need internet banks? Like, is that literally a thing? Like, because people are like, oh, it's the next step in banking. I'm like, is it? First of all, like, do we
Well,
really
a lot of
need
people-
internet banks?
A lot of people
depends.
aren't talking about the risk that, you know, if Democrats win in 2024, there won't be any banks in America. So
Canada, we have our own Canadian like online bank called Equity Bank.
is it like
Yeah.
specialized or
It's very specialized. They just basically have no physical locations. So
no? But like, you said like we have R on? I didn't know it's something you made. It
oh,
sound
sorry. I meant as like we got our own version of
Okay,
SoFi
okay.
up here in Canada.
I was like,
That's
it's
why-
our bank.
Yeah, I thought.
In
Yeah, I
Canada.
thought,
My bad. When I say that, it's just because only.
Yeah,
Canadian, right? So, yeah, that's what I mean by. But we got that one. We got Wealth Simple. Obviously, they're trying to be everything as well. But they're doing a good job of it.
I have a savings account with American Express, and that I like it.
Oh yeah, they're becoming basically a bank.
I think
Well,
it's
they
called
are, but like
Equitable Bank, something like that.
becoming more of a retail facing bank.
But no,
Feel
I
the
don't.
bank
I don't
industry-
have a online only checking account.
Cool.
Like, I don't want my bank to own crypto or have crypto exposure like SoFi. Like, that bugs me when I looked at their 10Q2. They have a lot of exposure to
Wanna
freaking crypto.
fake alias? What do you want to say? I saw you
Yeah,
weren't.
just saying. I feel like the banking industry is just such a hard industry to penetrate if you're not already established. Because like the only exposure I had with SoFi in real life was getting letters in the mail to refinance my student loans, and I'm like, okay, their offer is higher rates than I already pay on my consolidated loans. Like, what's going on with this?
Yeah.
So most of their loans are
Yeah.
student loans and personal loans. That's SoFi.
Mhm.
Like, which I've never seen a bank have that type of ratios of what their money. Nobody's got most of the other ones are autos or mortgages mostly or credit cards, but like SoFi is definitely different. I don't know
It's
if
all
good.
about the quality of the loans, and you're right. This is why when I did the videos about banks, remember what I tried to hamper on. It's not about necessarily like the rate is secondary. The rate is secondary. Primary is the quality of the loan. The primary concern is I lend my money out, I get my money back, plus the little bit of interest. If I can tell you, if I give you a proposition right now, this gives you whatever percent, and it's guaranteed back, right? Somehow I can just say it is guaranteed. We're in a fictional universe. You would take that every single day and you would leverage up as much as you possibly can. You would lend out maybe 10 times what you have, 100 times what you have, because you're getting the benefit of a guaranteed rate of return.
I did not just get called Jason Blaha.
Who did?
Oh yeah, Scott Upstart is garbage.
Who is
stock.
that?
The balance sheet's not that good anymore.
Somebody I don't want to be compared to.
What's the balance sheet that's bad?
Upstart.
Upstart. Well, Upstart's doing a lot of personal loans on AI, correct?
They're now taking on those loans themselves.
Yeah.
So it's on the
Yes.
balance sheet, which is something that they're not supposed to do. So that's why Wall Street was like, you're not supposed to do this, and you're doing it. So
But they're like, but these loans are high quality, so we're gonna do
No,
it
they're not.
ourselves.
they're
'Cause
not.
no
high
one else
quality.
wants them. I know it's
Oh, that's the joke. Okay, my
Good fucking
some guys
word,
asking about
goddammit.
somebody's asking about Brazil, Fabio. You're bullish on Brazil, right?
definitely not.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it's just overly complicated. Like, if you're not from there and you don't understand the business culture, like, do you really want to? I mean, unless you're really wanting to do it, I'm not. I can't convince you, whatever. But
But
I just don't
Unrivaled
think it's.
investing. But Unrivaled Investing said Stone Co is a buy.
Well, I disagree. I respectfully disagree with him. That's fine. He can have that opinion. I
Yeah.
don't care.
This
Yeah.
this is not about any
Whatever.
specific stock, but some people based their investing decisions on like, oh, everyone flies, and it's not like they're going to get rid of airplanes, so I should buy an airplane company, or like, oh, everyone uses banks, so that But just because something is used by everyone doesn't mean that it's going to be a good investment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, correct. I'd agree. Like with SoFi, that's my biggest problem is like what do they have? What are they holding? What are they doing? Exactly what we've already been discussing. So, I think the only stock, Mladen, I see your comment. The only stock I bought this week because I haven't been pretty active is I'm pretty sure it's just CE on Monday. That I can recall, except maybe Perry, maybe Perry a little bit too. I don't know. Did I buy Perry? I might have bought Perry.
I bought a couple of shares of Starbucks. That's pretty much it. So I don't know. I wanted
it was less shares of Starbucks and more cups of coffee that you bought.
You buy Starbucks? Who said that?
I bought Starbucks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan, you are having a huge influence on Kingdom. He's
I know,
buying board.
I don't tell him. He just fought like it just happens. Like,
no. Because you talk about it, I'm like, this boomer doesn't know what he's. And then I look at him. No, it's good, and then I buy it.
The problem, so Starbucks got wrecked, and then people are like, oh, it's a dead company. It's like this is when you decide to buy something.
Mm-hmm.
When it's 70, not when it's 100. You got to look at it and like, do you think they can rebound? And I'm like, I don't see a world where Starbucks doesn't exist. So I started getting into it like 2 months ago.
And we all know.
You have to, if you're going to buy individual stocks, you have to buy it when everyone called you an idiot and says your investments suck. Otherwise, you're just buying it when it's on rallies. And like now people are going to buy, you're going to see YouTube videos glorifying Starbucks now because it went up to like 92 now. It's like, where were they when it was 70?
Yo, Wombat, like PE, like I'm not okay. PE ratio is okay. I think I prefer price to free cash flow. I don't know. Net income.
Okay, so Wombat. Here, so what did you say? 20. Think about it this way.
Bring it up.
Starbucks is selling at, or it has a lower multiple than McDonald's, but it's going to have better growth projections going forward. So you can't look at it and be like, well, it needs to be like a 15 PE because that's what I'm comfortable with. Like, you're getting faster growth. It's at a reduced multiple compared to McDonald's, which could be, I guess, who you'd compare it to.
Those are the two biggest.
I'm not a value investor. I don't plug multiples in like you see everything money do.
Yeah,
I look at it differently. The problem, that's a big problem I get with DCF models. Some of these people, like you plug in these multiples and you don't know what the terminal multiple will be when you get to 5 years from now.
You don't know. All of the numbers you put in are not.
Well, like everything money would tell you to plug it in right from the start before you even research the company. Like I would tell you to do that at the end of your research, but
oh yeah, the DCF, all that stuff should be at the end.
If you were going to invest in Starbucks, you got to understand their reinvention and their business plan and how they're going to improve the company. You can't just look at their 5-year past financials. Like, do you believe in what they're going to do?
Mm-hmm.
And then is the price decent? Like, I'm a dividend investor. It's not so much price. Is the price fair? I'm not trying to get huge discounts because you're not going to get them. You're just going to miss stuff, I think.
Milan kind of has an interesting point. He says Tesla is cheap compared to other overvalued companies.
I disagree, but
well, hey, what are those overvalued companies?
Yeah. What are the other ones?
We kind of have to go back to 2021. But if I were to compare Tesla to Frontier or SoFi or Tattooed Chef, I would recommend Tesla over those.
So
if you compare to
we're going to touch on this.
Oh, DCFs are busy. Yo, to be honestly, the way people use it, I'd agree. If it's like Fabio, if it's Fabio or Ocean, people like that, absolutely. But I'd say
when you see Fabio do a video, he does like a 20-30 minute video talking about the company. Then at the end, he gets to his model.
Yeah. But the
compare that to everything money. They ramble for like a minute and then they jump right into a model. There's your difference.
And they also say here's a good price point for it, and then put in a price alert.
And they don't know what they're talking about. This is our screening tool, but you haven't looked at it. Like you don't know anything about the company.
The guy commenting says, "Oh, it's not a price. It's not like a price target. It's just a screener." I was like, but they said in the video that's a good price for it.
Yeah. The issue with these DCF models as well is like for truly like genuine I'm gonna sound like Bubble Sun now, but like for truly genuine innovative companies, you miss by like a couple percentages in those DCF models, it becomes useless. So They're really good for like super mature companies, but if you have the intelligence of Fabio, you can probably use it for most companies.
No, don't. Yeah. Thank you for the compliment,
but seriously though, like for most retail investors, again, DCF should be the last thing you should look at. Still use it, because DCFs are a great way to for your own understanding of the company. All right, the margin is going to be this because they do this and this. I think it's a good exercise, but if you're going to base your whole investment thesis over a DCF, yeah, you're doing something wrong there.
Like to plug in like a gross margin, like right away. Oh, I want this gross margin. Like,
Yep.
well, okay, how do they compare to other companies in that industry? Like, what's the percentage? You can't just, I want 50%. Well, what's the average? Like, is the company doing better or worse than that? I don't know.
Bubble Sun is like a point.
Yeah, I think the only time you can use a DCF first before doing the research is if you have like the most conservative of conservative that you've ever seen, and if somehow it still ends up green, then
how do you know it's conservative?
figure out like what's going on. But for the most part, yeah.
I mean, you can look at.
I don't think people are conservative enough.
I think it's both. You got some people that are way too conservative to the point where they're just being disrespectful to the company on hand. Oh, they're only going to grow 2%, and it's like, no, they're going to grow probably 5 to 7%. Their margins are probably going to improve. Maybe other segments of the business. You don't know, right? Like, I don't know. It depends. DCF overrated in my opinion. Absolutely, I think they are, but you should still use them. You should still use them.
I've never put that thought into words, but yeah, the fact that if you want, because somebody said earlier, I think it was Kingdom, that if you're off by a few percent,
it's completely off.
So if somebody's doing a DCF on a stock they want to buy, maybe not even consciously, they bump those revenue and PE numbers up a bit. And if it's a stock they think is bad before just going into it, maybe they have too low assumptions.
Push it down a little bit.
The whole thing is off.
So I'll come in here and add different comments here, because I see there's multiple comments I'll address to answer this exact question. But basically, It's a tool, and trying to summarize my thoughts on it. DCF is a tool, and it's like if I give someone a tool, it doesn't mean they know how to use it. So that's one big problem with it, is that you can throw junk in, junk out, trash in, trash out. Yeah. So if you don't understand what's kind of going on with the business, it's not going to be a very useful tool. And like adding fake alias, I absolutely agree with that. If you're, let's face it, a lot of things that certain YouTubers do is just very, what if fake alias's comment is very attributable to some YouTubers. Let's just say that. And if you don't know how to look into the company deeper and find these little nuanced details, which you can design something to help you detect them, that's absolutely correct. And that kind of segues into my final thought, is not only is it a tool that just because you have the tool doesn't mean you're good, it also, there's a million different ways to design it. This is also another thing I'm trying to tell people. There's a million different ways to design it. Some are objectively worse than others. And if you build a trash one, you will have trash results, period. Because there's...
Period, sis. No, I'm just...
No.
Or as you said, if you buy a $5,000 commercial pizza oven and then you burn the pizza, who cares?
Or that. Yeah, that analogy. It makes so much sense.
I'm saying you could have the nicest DCF tool in the world, but if you don't know how to get the assumptions, it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
No, like if you're using a DCF for like Walgreens, sure. But like for good luck. Okay, I want someone to use a DCF on Datadog. Good luck. Good luck. I know Datadog is severely overvalued, but like still at the same time, it's like good luck. Go.
No, you can design one to do it.
All right.
But it's difficult.
It's hard. It's super hard for super high growth companies. Good luck. But for Walgreens, sure.
This is why I'll connect BG's comment here. That's correct. If you're just doing it on Excel, it's gonna be limited success. But it's still like you can make a simple one. You can make everything monies. If you really wanted everything monies, you could make it. When I'm not kidding. I think it took me 15 minutes, and I made it for my friend's little brother. I made it for him just to have fun, because he was using their evaluation tool, and I was like, you could just build it.
I made this everything money software for my 2-year-old cousin. He just likes when the numbers are green.
Should I just do a Discord call and just show everyone how to do it?
Yes, absolutely.
So you can't
Do
really
it on your
stop.
members. Do it on your members.
Yeah, there's just and this doesn't even apply to just DCFs. This applies to all investing. There's always going to be an inherent flaw with trying to predict the future based on the past and the present. That's the risk of investing.
Oh,
Like,
dude, I like that.
Yeah, some of those laws are like, oh, let's go 5 years back. Like, it depends on what kind of company you're looking
Yeah,
at.
that's
Did
another
they
thing.
make the product 5 years ago that they're making now? Like, who cares? Like 5 years ago, if they didn't make the widget they're making today, I mean,
Yeah.
how
And
helpful is that? It
Like
doesn't
Apple.
help very much.
Apple's a great example of that. Like, they look, okay, for example, let's say BlackBerry back in 2006. You're like, oh, 5 years ago, oh, they're doing great. And they're still doing great. And they're going to keep doing great. But then you look at some of the other competitors that are starting to rise, and you're like, nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Or if you say, wow, Exxon's profits are lowering every year, and then oil quintuples in price, then the stock's going to do a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of those are all the qualitative parts of a business or extraneous factors that you have to take into consideration. And if you're not careful, you're gonna make all these little mistakes. Like sleep number is one that your DCF's just not gonna catch if you just do it that way. It's just not gonna catch it. And you're gonna be so caught off guard. Why is this company doing trash? I thought I was discounting it at 50%. Something crazy. And then
Like
there
I've
you go.
been trying to find companies right now where it's like either there's good opportunity demand, but management's just screwed up royally, or
Disney.
Or you could have a company where management has been amazing, companies run like perfectly, but then something with the economy outside of their control happens. So it's like those. I don't know. You could find value in one of those two scenarios. I mean, if you have like Intel, management sucks, demand destruction, like get the hell away. Or if you have like Tesla, amazing management, great opportunity. Well, I mean, there's nothing to buy there. Like you're going to buy.
Fabio, I assume
you need something that you can buy on. So it's tough right now.
Oh, on a cyclical stock? Oh my god. Well, yeah, absolutely.
Fabio, I assume there's some way to do a cyclical stock in a
DCF. Good luck.
Yeah, there is. It's just more difficult. There is, yes.
Not with everything.
Yeah, you're just predicting the cyclicality of it.
Yes, they can get very complicated or very complex where like you almost like you can start incorporating a lot of statistics into it. Like when I'm saying statistics, like as the UK people, the maths, you can make them fairly complicated. There's so many different ways to build one. And if you look at a lot of sell side models or valuation models, they're specifically designed for that business in question. So I'll say it's extremely difficult to build a tool that can be adapted almost at will to different companies.
Yeah,
like you can program one to do it.
Yeah,
but
retail investors don't try it, please.
Yeah, exactly. Don't try it. It's not as necessary as many people are making it out to be.
Yeah, has there ever been a case of trying to basically some extreme black swan event where like a company looked great and then like the CEO died out of nowhere, or some factory caught on fire or something? I feel like it has to. Obviously, Steve Jobs.
You mean like no warning at all?
Steve Jobs, I guess. Yeah, that would be.
But I mean, Apple, you could argue they did even better with Cook.
No, I think if Steve Jobs was still alive, Apple would be way better. But
really?
Steve Jobs. I mean, Tim Cook basically preserved it, and no, he still made it better. Like absolutely, but like I think Jobs has that it factor. I don't know if I'm making sense there. Like he has that innovation drive.
I mean, Enron is obviously an example of a black swan. I don't think you could.
General Electric
predict that everything was fake about the company.
General Electric,
yeah. I think if Steve Jobs was still alive, like you would have seen some crazy stuff.
What would Apple be at? 5 trillion?
Probably. I'm not even exaggerating with that. Probably.
So. I mean, they're talking about the Apple car. That thing would be out by now. We'd have the Apple plane, the Apple rocket.
Okay, but he's dead. He's dead. So like we can put that to rest. All right. Apple human, I human or whatever. We can have that Detroit become human like in real life. So the Texas Roadhouse. Oh, Texas. I'm gonna buy that one too. Roadhouse.
I mean, Netflix has probably got to be one of the biggest just fall off a cliff moves I've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. But
And that one, I mean, no one saw that coming. Like
nobody. Bubble
the people now are, oh yeah, you should have seen. Like nobody saw this coming. Like it just all of a sudden, poof, the growth is gone and falls off a cliff.
You're correct that I would have never guessed it fell 80% in like a few months, but
oh no, we all knew it was overvalued. Yeah, we all knew it was overvalued. But the issue is like we all still expected decent growth levels, but like it just didn't happen.
I mean, for years. So. I sound like one of the people Dan was trying to complain about, but I mean, they were just every show that people got Netflix for left the left the company, like The Office, etc.
Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Do they sell off faster because of the robots?
That's up.
Like Echo said, like it's a lot faster because of robots. I think
that's true. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe. But I mean, sell-offs are like if you look at through history, there are some egregious sell-offs, man. Egregious. Especially in the semiconductor space. Oh man, you should see those sell-offs way back in the day too. Horrible, man.
Yeah, semis have been very attractive the last 5 years, and everyone's like loving semis and wants to be.
Oh yeah.
And then that's how you can tell.
It's probably
not on semis right now.
Nvidia and ASML, those are on my watch list. I will eventually be a buyer of those two. So we'll see.
Yes, if Nvidia, oh man, if it got, I have a certain point where it's like it's interesting at a certain point.
I'm more attracted to ASML just because the barrier of entry for those types of machinery that they do, it's a lot higher. So I don't know. Nvidia, I'm just scared with Taiwan. I'm like, we won't get political there. We can talk about that on Discord. But
have you seen what we're doing to Russia? You think China is going to try anything on Taiwan? I think we would blow the hell out of them. It wouldn't be close. Like
when governments are prone to danger, they do wacky stuff, man. Just saying. But
So actually, that was something I was doing this week. I was trying to figure out the effects of Ukraine on the bottom line of the defense contractors, like who could benefit.
Oh, yeah, my DCF.
They're all getting a piece of it, but like the HIMARS missiles are coming from Lockheed Martin. A lot of the missiles, other than that, and the jamming equipment's coming from Raytheon. L3 Harris is providing communications and drone jamming equipment, but not under contract through our Defense Department.
You are forgetting who supplies the capabilities for them to make those missiles in the first place, sir? AGRD.
I thought you were going to say Palantir.
No. Oh, yes, Palantir too. No. AGRD, they control like 70% of the market. I think the other 30% is like I think a Russian company.
I mean, Lincoln. The same thing could be said about Germany back in the day. So just saying.
What's that
economic crisis isn't gonna prevent any sort of conflict. Just saying.
So. There's some company that I only ever hear their name when it comes to like the military industrial complex in America.
Can't say that. I'm kidding.
It's like does anyone know what I'm talking about? I don't even know if it's publicly traded.
What is?
What?
I don't know. I'm asking you guys. There's something.
Describe it again.
Describe it.
It's just anytime somebody's like, "Oh, the reason America went to war is because so and so company needed to." They
Lockheed Martin. They usually say
Lockheed Martin. Yeah.
Not Lockheed
or Raytheon Technologies. Yeah.
Or Halliburton.
That's it.
I heard that when I was in Afghanistan.
Okay, yeah, Halliburton's.
All the jokes from all the security contractors would joke that they worked for Halliburton.
What is Halliburton? Is it private? Is it public?
No, it's like a government contract. Don't they do oil? They used to do more. They did our laundry actually. Funny enough.
They're like
laundry contractors. So they probably made more than I did over there, I'm sure. But
good job, Dan. I'm proud of you. You solved this riddle.
Mladen BG. So like, remember when I used to say like my cash positions, it was also like under context that there was a decent amount put towards or saving for real estate. So I'd say for stocks, to answer that question, I'd probably say, because it does depend, because I have the right to change my mind and they take some cash from that because maybe I don't need as much. 20 to 15% is probably actually cash that I'm like, yeah, this is any moment, just buy stocks. But I could change my mind. So just answer that. Sorry.
I gotta
Sorry
get
to interrupt,
going.
guys.
I gotta cook dinner.
You got to cook
Finance.
dinner and study CPA. You mad love.
Finance professor told
Well, I gotta go to
us
the store first and cook dinner.
Yes,
Oh,
good,
like,
good
oh,
man.
yeah,
Good
you're-
man.
Hope to see some videos from you at some
All right, I'll
point.
see a fake alias.
Yo, we need to
All
whip.
right, see it. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you're not gonna see a video for a while.
Oh man.
We need to whip finance professor, Jap's finance professor, bro. What is he saying over there?
What happened?
A user's finance professor told the class to buy TQQQ because they're young.
And they should take on risk. Like,
No,
Okay.
not all rockets. Patrick asked. Sorry to interrupt. Not all rockets. I think it's the solid, not liquid. They don't have 70% of all. I think it's only the solid. I think.
I should be a finance professor. Goddamn, I got the look for it. Crazy.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, you should.
Goddamn. Like crazy.
I literally don't even know what I would tell myself at 18 at this point. Probably
At
something.
18, yo, I would just say, yo, bro.
I lost
just-
half my money when I was 18, so like I didn't get off to a good start. But
At 18, I'll just give generic advice. Just try different things, bro. Just swing and miss or hit. I don't know. Just
like
18,
if you're
don't
like
do
the
anything
first
too
4 years of
stupid.
college, you should probably just dump money into like QQQ, VU, and maybe a dividend ETF, and
Mhm.
just throw it in there. Don't worry about it. Get your schooling done, and then
Get the school.
think about it when you're like 24, 25. Maybe you could start doing something different.
I've never understood the whole. This is close to what people say, but a lot of people on Reddit will go like, "Oh, you're 18. Like, don't buy an index fund because you're 18. Buy something that could 100x or something. Because if it goes to zero, you still have time. But it doesn't logically make any sense because you should still be looking at the expected value of each dollar. So I mean, think about, oh yeah, I bought Tattooed Chef and it went bankrupt, and now I'm 5 years behind on investing.
Yeah.
I mean, you should have a base of like a good index ETF, or like in my case, it was an individual blue chip, but I didn't know ETFs existed, so I probably would have.
Or mutual funds.
I didn't know any of that stuff really existed, but I mean, your base could be like Google. I don't know. Like, do you see a world where Google is like ever going to not exist?
Okay,
Like,
that's such a bad argument, though.
no. I think you'd be all right though if you did like bought one or two.
I can't see a world within the next 10 years without Google.
But I mean, I wouldn't like at this. Honestly, I would just, yeah. Like, I don't like Vanguard, so I would say pick a Schwab
Oh man.
500 or something.
Oh, you don't like Vanguard? Why is that?
Fuck them. I hate Vanguard.
Why? Is there some? Oh, you got some beef with Vanguard, don't you?
I don't like their interface. Like, I don't like anything about them. They used to have like minimums on a lot of their investments, like 5,000 to get in
For the
when I
mutual funds.
15 years ago, and I was like, this isn't cool. But do your Vanguard. I don't know. I do Schwab's.
Well, I'm Canadian, so Vanguard's kind of like, the better option for us. So VFV for me. So let's see here. Julius either bought Google at 102. I mean, it's who cares? Like, if he's dollar cost averaging, whatever.
I'm curious. So, like, what would let's say you had one company. This is your company from now till retirement, not to retirement, and then this is the company. Your legacy.
Constellation software.
Until I die.
Constellation software.
So this has to be like you're either selling it or you got dividends to pay your retirement. Like you think it's going to be around forever. You're not concerned about that.
Constellation software. I'm gonna keep saying it.
Well, you're saying I can never sell it, or at some like when I'm 60, I can choose to sell it.
Like this is your investment for the rest of your life. Like
Yeah.
you either have to sell some of it when you're retired, or you have to live off the dividends or something. You're not worrying about it like going out of business or getting outclassed. It's got like moats.
I'm gonna. I know. I'll get hate. I'm sticking with Fabio. What am I sticking with?
Your index funds.
No.
No.
I assume it can't be an index fund.
Rick.
Oh, what? Fabio.
What?
It's my favorite stock.
Oh, Meta.
Meta. Hell yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cole's a huge Meta fan. Yeah.
I was thinking about this last week, and I honestly
Are you joking or is
No, Cole's actually a huge Meta fan.
Google is coming close to it.
I think I'd pick Home Depot.
That's a good pick.
I was thinking about it last. I'm like, I think that's like the pick right now for me. I
Yeah,
can't imagine a world that doesn't exist. And
I'm just too confident with CSU, bro. saying.
Well, actually, Dan, you're forgetting that, within the next 20 years, the world, what is it, the World Bank or something? You're not gonna be able to own homes. So then Home Depot will have no use.
Oh, the second one would
Well,
be
got to get their tools and their wood from somebody. You ain't getting
Well,
it
that's gonna be from the government. Yeah.
from the government.
Yeah.
I'd actually pick Markel.
Markel? That's the mini Berkshire.
Mini Berkshire. Mini
Yeah.
Berkshire.
Didn't VT outperform it? No.
No, actually, I think Markel's performance in the past 5 years has not been good.
Yeah, so VT outperformed it. So
We know Nash would pick
I'm messing
Ford.
around. I'm messing around though. Like I know it's good. But
Yeah,
I
it
would-
has.
I would.
Yeah, 5-year performance is only 12%. It's garbage.
Hey, Gil, why don't you come on?
Yo, I love Gil. Why don't he ever come on, man? Come on.
No, he asked me a question yesterday.
Yeah.
Gil's cool.
No, look,
Like
I'm not-
anytime Gil's comes on, it just looks like he's some like your average day trading YouTube channel, bro. I swear to God, he has the look for it. Just saying.
So I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I think this. I'm not saying I even think it's likely. I'm just saying I can foresee a future that looks like this. I can foresee because I totally agree with everyone here that, well, I don't even know y'all's opinions, but I agree that the metaverse sounds kind of stupid. Do y'all agree with that? Metaverse sounds kind of stupid.
I'm edgy. I like it. I like the idea.
I think the metaverse, the way the public thinks it's going to be, sounds kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can 100% see 20 years from now, there's going to be some 20-year-old finance YouTuber or just kids in general. They're going to be like, who are these dumbasses in 2020? They weren't buying every metaverse stock in the world. Like,
Absolutely. Yep.
yeah. And now, then basically like what people said about like, people didn't buy Amazon and Apple in the 90s. Like, what? I
You
can
think
see
Meta's
that
going to be
happening.
that?
I think it will be. So I agree with Cole in that department. So
I know
Basically,
that-
basically, we'll be looked at like when
Meta.
people say Buffett didn't buy internet companies,
yeah,
like
that's
Microsoft
exactly.
and stuff.
Yeah.
People are going to look at us like that.
Yeah, my bold thesis with Meta is more so with India, with the optionality where with WhatsApp and all that. So
Well, a lot of
And
people
Instagram.
don't consider. I just want to say, just like the metaverse looks shitty today, a lot of people when they're like, "Wow, how could people not see how big the internet was?" And I don't remember that it was like 2001. There was, I think, out of the entire world, out of 6 billion people, only 200 million had internet access, and that was almost exclusively dial-up. So the internet did seem pretty shitty at the time compared to what it's at now.
Yeah.
no, I'm gonna keep buying more Meta shares, but again, mine is not really with the metaverse thesis. As again, it's just I just think WhatsApp is just gonna.
Well, it's like two questions: is the metaverse going to be a thing, and is Meta Facebook going to be a big player in it? So
At
it's like-
least one of. I think they'll be one of the leaders. I think worst
Yeah.
case scenario, they'll be like the HTC. Like
and third, are they going to monetize it? I guess
they will. It's Meta. Come on,
because no one really knew how to monetize like the internet at first. They didn't know how to like do advertising and
it
they
might
had to figure out all that stuff.
It might even be something. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Was something like during World War II, there was a rubber shortage, so they were trying to come up with new rubber. Somebody invented Play-Doh on accident, or silly putty. It was silly putty they invented on accident. So maybe the metaverse doesn't even become like a thing, but Facebook got some technology out of it by accident that has some other use we're not even thinking of yet.
Yeah,
Or this goes bankrupt and they fall back on just the Facebook, Instagram.
I mean that'd be something if I was to buy Meta, I would be digging into what they're actually the capex they're doing on metaverse, like not just metaverse, like what are they? I need to know what are they developing? Yeah, what's the chance of some accidental development coming out of it? Something that you didn't even think exists in 10 years that they could monetize. But
as the comments say, Meta is the tattooed chef of the metaverse.
Oh, I love
yeah.
that.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what it's that you start buying it because like Adobe, like a couple weeks ago, everyone was saying, "Oh, this is a great company. I want to buy it at the right price." They do this Figma acquisition, and now everyone hates it. So I don't know, man. Sentiment changes massively, and
well, I think like you and me, Kingdom, we were both on Into It, and right now it's on my list.
Yeah,
I am waiting for like an Adobe drop on Into It.
it will.
I'm-
It'll happen. Yep.
I'm very interested in it, but I'm waiting. This is going to happen to Into It, just like what happened to Adobe. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, like
you think?
I mean,
Adobe-
it's multiple is like insane. It's
I will say right now, Adobe is like, I'm sorry, Intuit is like a little bit overvalued, but that's because they have that premium valuation to it with more quantity tightening and interest rates and all that. That should probably compress it a bit. And competitors are starting to come in with Intuit, so I do think there's going to be a drop like Adobe. Because okay, be honest, who heard of Figma before the drop?
I hadn't, but it turns out
I thought Canva was their biggest competitor, but I guess Figma it's there, and there's a million other competitors. I just never realized it.
Well, that's how technology is. You make something, and then I can come in and I can make something slightly better,
and then
which
boom,
is good.
charge less than you,
Mhm.
and then we compete for the same customers. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
software is
revenue for
software is tricky in
$1
that sense.
yeah,
Meta
it
should buy
is.
GoPro and integrate. Ooh, I like. I mean,
Who
I've
said
been
that?
looking into I've been looking into GoPro.
Wait, what
Someone
would
said
be
something
the
about GoPro.
what would be the point of the GoPro? So they own Oculus. I assume those are
Augmented reality. So, do you guys know about the whole Meta thing?
Oculus.
Well, there's an augmented reality. Meta partnered up with, is it Warner Parker? Warby? I don't know the company name with the glasses. They have a camera in the middle. They do the virtual stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
why wouldn't Meta right now?
Meta Ray-Bans. Yeah. That's
Arts or Roadblocks, or considering Microsoft's going to get Activision, like why are they not doing anything?
what Meta?
Yeah, why wouldn't they buy? Roblox got crushed. They could have tried. I don't know.
Well, the SEC is like right up there, like butthole, man. Like they just can't at the moment. Like the SEC is like any day now, so they got to make sure they just want to be out of the public's eye, which is really hard to do when you control most of the social media platforms.
Yeah, I could see Facebook being big in the
But
video
by the
game
way,
industry. Yeah, like
I know what you meant. You meant FTC, Federal Trade Commission.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I know what you meant.
Yeah. Like it's like they're right up there, so they're just like,
The chairwoman of the FTC, she's like really motivated.
yeah.
What happens if England says no to the Microsoft Activision deal? Like, does it still go through, or is that like kill it?
wait, I haven't even heard of this.
It seems like.
What does England have to do with it? I haven't even heard about that.
I think they've raised some concerns about it, haven't they?
They're more focused with Queen Elizabeth, bro. Oh man,
Didn't she?
I don't know how these like does every country does that block a deal like this big or
nah?
Well,
US trumps everything.
I mean, I guess they could be banned from the country.
Yeah, it can make it difficult for them to do business in that country. So some countries can make them do specific deals where they're like separate for the sales in that country. There was some similar issues going on with Anheuser-Busch when they purchased or when they got acquired Modelo and Corona for the United States, because Modelo and Corona, if you buy it outside of the United States, it's Anheuser-Busch. If you buy it inside of the United States, it's Constellation Brands. Fun fact.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so a quick thing. Okay, just this is a quick thing with Adobe Figma. Just one more thing.
Oh yeah, let's talk more about Adobe Figma.
So back in the day when Meta bought Instagram, it was like 1 year of free cash flow. With Adobe buying Figma, it's basically like 4 years free cash flow, something like that. So it is a massive premium, but Figma isn't even fully monetized, like to the same regards as Adobe. And Adobe's going to drop off XD to optimize Figma even more if the deal goes through and all that stuff. Because XD, pretty trash. So we'll see how that plays out. Now, I know a lot of Figma users, they absolutely hate the idea of Adobe going over them because they think, oh, Adobe's going to acquire this. They're just going to let it die out.
Tim Hortons, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Tim Hortons.
Were you shilling Burger King? Who was doing that in the Discord?
Oh, I posted some meme with Burger King in it like a month ago, and Kath Memes changed my username to Burger King. I just didn't change it.
I don't think Kath Meme even knows that someone accidentally called you, or no, it was Echoes from above. He accidentally called you Burger King. Or no, I interpreted it wrong.
Yeah.
He said,
that's
"Thanks,
right.
Burger King." Yeah.
That was
Oh man, C limited. Yeah, put that in your. DC.
Oh, that's the one that I was talking about, but I didn't get to it because my mind was rambling. So with the
He did say Baconator. That's right.
oh, Baconator. Wrong. I said Baconator. That's right.
Is
I mean,
Baconator a Wendy's
But
thing?
Baconator sold at Burger King.
So
So,
to
oh no,
respond-
no, it's sold at Wendy's. What am I saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
to respond to
Wendy's
you guys.
Oh no.
Okay, so Baconator, there's a guy named Baconator that was in chat, and Echoes was responding to him, and he said, "Thanks, Baconator." But I think it was right after I like complimented Echoes or something. So Fabio thought he was calling me like a fat joke, like he was calling me Baconator.
I was like, damn.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Wow.
Investing with Wendy's. Yo,
Echoes
I
is
touch
here,
Wendy's.
right?
No.
What's up?
Echoes is here, I think. Did you? I had to watch the Meet Kevin part again today. He literally said that he doesn't trade using charts or technical analysis.
Yeah.
But he
Are
did
you-
it.
He said that. I'm like, Echoes, you must have been rolling your friggin' eyes.
I was trying to rewatch the maybe. It
Are
sounds
you
like you
kidding me?
rewatched it.
Everything you did last year was about charts.
It sounds
draw-
like you rewatched it more than me. Was he talking about some kind of like housing price chart or something, or he was talking about stocks?
He was talking about investments, I
Yeah.
think. He was saying he always he reads the story of the company, looks at quality companies. That's what he's buying. Like I've seen him do videos where he spends half the video just drawing like lines on a chart. Like he does, what do you call it when you bracket it or whatever? And
It's the
channel.
astrology.
He does like channels. He does lines of resistance. Kevin does all this astrology shit.
Yeah. It's literally it's the goofiest thing ever, and now he's gonna have his own company. But you know what? If
He lies
Kathy
through
was
his
gonna have
teeth
one,
all- pathological liar. Like
yeah.
This
he
is
doesn't-
yeah. Since this is the meta live stream, do you guys think that and maybe it's such a small thing? Do you guys think Zuckerberg is almost like the anti Elon Musk, whereas so Tesla has a premium on it because people like Elon Musk? Do you think people like Zuckerberg's persona that he's like weird? Do you think
I could see that.
that people kind of pay less?
Okay, I'm gonna say this because again, like at this point of the live stream, no one's gonna even notice.
Oh.
No, I'm not gonna say anything too offensive. No, Zuckerberg is nicer than Elon Musk. I said it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah,
He is.
Zuckerberg does.
I don't.
Zuckerberg doesn't have that
Mhm.
charisma as Elon Musk, but is Zuckerberg? I would say arguably is actually genuinely nicer than Elon Musk. I say so.
I'm going to try to cover these questions that just came in. I got one from Austin for you. So my thoughts on C Limited. So this is one of the parts that I wanted to say earlier about, Shopify and comparing all these companies and looking at Coupang. Coupang's done really well in the portfolio as a speculative investment, by the way. Wouldn't have been great if it was a core holding. But some of the things that are missed is the nuanced detail about, okay, so like this is the problem with saying C Limited is the Shopify of blank, right? Because I think am I incorrect to say that people have said that?
For C Limited,
Yeah.
I would
Or
compare
not.
C Limited more so with Mercado, but
Okay,
Yeah.
wait. Oh, good example. Then it's the Mercado Libre of Asia.
there we go.
Let's do
There we
that. So then you understand Mercado Libre, what they do, and you're like, all right, so I'm going to extrapolate
Don't
from
show off
that.
your accent.
I love the way you say
Mercado
Mercado
Libre. Mercado Libre. There you go.
No,
Mercado
keep
Libre.
saying with the accent. No, keep saying with the accent. It's good.
And then we extrapolate from that and we go, okay, I understand Mercado Libre's, see, there you go, Cole, Mercado Libre's business model. And then I'm going to say, okay, that's how C Limited's business model works. Well, you'd be missing, oh, there we go. Terry Smith.
Terry Smith's the goat.
Julius mentioned him. I'm like, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it next week.
Terry Smith is great. He's British though, but
I'm
he's
curious
incredible.
what he's got. I'm really curious actually. But
So the thing is, some of those companies that we just mentioned, a lot of them didn't make the necessary investment in their infrastructure like other companies did. Mercado Libre made a lot of good investments in their infrastructure, while C Limited didn't. They relied a lot on third parties. So you would miss that. You would 100% miss that. And then in this environment, when we had rising shipping costs, then you would be so taken off you'd be very surprised, is what I'm trying to say. You'd be very surprised all of a sudden when the costs start to just catch up to them, and then all of a sudden they're making way less money than what you previously thought, because you didn't pay attention to that. You just simply said it's the blank of blank, and you were like, you ran with it. So it's something. But I can do a video on it, and then in which case I'll do like an analysis. I'll try to figure out what are analysts saying about it, and then from there we can go.
Yeah, typically that's investors saying it's the blank of blank, but you'll see that with startups. If a founder ever says, "Oh, we're like the next Uber," like that's an immediate red flag, and don't invest in this.
Or we're the next Redfin.
Wait, isn't that a tailwind for C Limited? Because as those container shipping costs start going down, the expense
That will be to their benefit. So,
that's
but
actually-
people will be caught off guard as to why
Hmm.
things have been going bad for C Limited as of late versus something like another business like Coupang, C Limited. But a lot of them have been suffering. Like Coupang, I bought it when it was extremely low. Like it had already collapsed. Like people who were buying Druckenmiller, I think, was in at $40. So it's like I have to remember that even though my experience thus far, because the story's not over, with Coupang has been good, for a lot of investors it's been pretty negative. Because let me see CPNG. Yeah, it's at $17.64. It actually fell by about 4% on Friday. But yeah, no, it was once upon a time, around $47 in April 2021. It's been a terrible story the entire time it's existed, pretty much, because it IPO'd back in 2021, March 2021. So for answering this question, BG, I have no idea, man. I mean, just for fun, sure, why not? What do you guys think? Just for fun?
It's so useless that I don't entertain those questions.
Yeah, like it's not really, it's not useful even for you to think about.
My thing is, how did Kevin raise 13.5 million? I guess he has.
That's $6.
Dude, the guy has scale. He's got almost 2 million subscribers. You know how many of those people probably are accredited investors?
Probably a couple, right?
At least 10,000, maybe.
Yeah, it's 13.5 million.
Yeah. Does anyone know though? Is there there's a limit to how much you could put in, right? I was about to ask if there was like a whale that maybe did 5 million of that, but I don't think you could put in 5 million.
No.
That's insane, though. I don't know. It's just a crazy number to me because it's still like, you can look at his track history just from his YouTube channel and whatever.
Didn't he say he's had one engineer working on this software since like 2018? Someone screen captured that, I think.
I still don't.
He's lying.
So how the hell you knew 4 years ago you were going to do this and you hired one singular engineer to write the software before you even knew you wanted to invest in the stock market?
He, of course, he's gonna, bend the truth. And again, most CEOs do this anyways, so it doesn't really. I mean, it's really in line with most.
We were sharing books earlier, Fabio. I went to go get your favorite book from my cabinet over there.
Rob Burgers?
No, Fabio says he doesn't leave the house without this one.
Okay, I don't know what book that is, and I'm scared. Oh,
Waken the Giant Within.
Or the Anaconda.
Fabio's paid like $50,000 to go to like 5 Tony Robbins events. Yep,
that's true. It's totally true. Not a joke at all. This is Cole's actual favorite book.
That's my favorite YouTuber. I showed him to Fabio.
I bought the book to support this YouTuber because Cole showed me him, and the guy produces like very boring but what I consider to be solid content. So I was like, I haven't read it yet.
It's my channel, but better in every way in terms of information.
What about Stop Being a Broke Loser?
I got that right there too.
Oh,
yeah. I have a bunch of books just like sitting here on the side.
Yeah. I'll never buy Robert Kiyosaki. I mean, I read it online PDF free, but I absolutely hate that.
I have this book too.
I still have never read that. All I know about it is from what Cole posts. The broke dad dude. I don't know.
Dude, yeah, he like. I was shocked.
I didn't realize how nuts he was until you started. I thought he was just some like Susie Orman type guy.
It's on Amazon.
I just read. I actually just read the book for the first time recently. Dude, he deep throats the 1%. I mean, like I was shocked at how it was almost
Rich Dad,
sexual.
Poor Dad.
Yeah, Rich Dad. It was almost sexual. His love of rich people.
Yeah.
I want to.
Like he was basically like my, because the point of Rich Dad Poor Dad is so Kiyosaki, and it's fake, by the way, they're not real people. Kiyosaki growing up, he was raised by a poor dad who was he was a PhD teacher, and his friend's dad was rich and owned like some businesses and real estate. And yeah, the whole book is basically like My dad got a college degree and then got a job and put money into his retirement plan. He's a moron.
Oh man, I like the way you worded that. That was good. But yeah,
I just try and acquire things that are worth more than when I bought them. I don't know, like these people. I don't know, like I think there's a difference between trying to get rich and building wealth. And
yeah.
a lot of people are just trying to get rich, and then if you don't, you got nothing. Like
Peter Lynch will always
going to be worth more in the future. Like
Peter Lynch will always be the most underrated.
But if you want to 10x, I'm like, okay, well, you're just trying to get rich, and there's a good chance you're not going to get anywhere.
Roddy, what was your name? What's your name in Discord again? Or profile picture.
Roddy Georgiev. Is that how you say the last name? Georgiev? I think that's it.
Isn't that the country Tom Nash is from?
I think Georgiev is still Russian, right? Oh. Oh no.
But I did want to say, because we were talking about the metaverse and stuff. This isn't even a Facebook related thing. I think one of the biggest flaws that a lot of individual investors have is they are terrible at picturing the world 30 years from now or 40 years. Because think about any time in history. If you bring someone from 40 years ago into the present, like if you bring someone from 1982 to now, bring someone from 1942 to 1982, every single time it's going to the brain's going to fucking break from the advancement. So I'm going to say in 2060, the largest company in the world hasn't even been created yet. So I can't even name what the largest company will be in 40 years because it doesn't exist yet.
And this is why I don't really buy tech companies. I build company. There's going to be coffee and hamburgers, and there's going to be Home Depot selling you 2x4s in 30 years. I'm pretty sure of that.
Unless people just don't even have houses, you could just live in the metaverse. There's little tubes.
And buy real estate in the
little
metaverse.
Tubes of liquid we put ourselves in, and we live our life in the metaverse.
Yeah, me, Kevin will own all our houses, right? We'll all pay Kevin rent.
The way it's going, it looks like that way. So I don't know.
That would be crazy if 5 years from now all of us live under Meet Kevin. And
I don't get this housing bust stuff because I looked at my house's 10-year charts I have from Zillow, and they just go up over time. Like you can barely even see the blips for like 2008. It's just a little blip. You can barely see it. The chart just keeps going up. I mean, I guess it matters where you live. Like I'd be worried about my house value if I'm in the Southwest and I'm going to run out of water. Yeah. But like if you have, I don't know, like my area, I live near the capital of my state, so it's just house values just keep appreciating. I'm not concerned about it.
It literally depends because like
housing decimation, it's like, but that's just temporary. If houses go down a bit, they'll recover. Like there's no more land if you live in a good area that's growing. Like I guess if you live in an area that's trending downwards, but it's not like it'll be regional. I think like if there was something like that.
Like for example, Canada, Ontario and British Columbia, most expensive places to live. But if it like middle of the country, Saskatchewan, okay, random province, their capital is Regina and it rhymes with a certain word. But yeah, like their real estate, it's always pretty stagnant, little growth here and there, but very stagnant. Their real estate prices.
Yeah, just a real quick fun thing about compounding. If you look at like an all-time chart of SPY, or I guess you just look at
that's the eighth wonder of the world.
Yeah.
Exactly. The fall in the last year. So from, hold on, I'm trying to get the exact numbers. Okay, so and this is just an estimate. I don't have the exact top, but from December of last year to July 1st of this year, SPY fell $78, whereas from close to the very peak of 2007 to the very bottom, it looks like it fell like $68. So in a dollar sense, we just had a bigger fall than 2008. And the point there is, when you hold something for 50 years, even some of the biggest crashes in history, you can't even see on the chart anymore.
Nope. I'd say the best thing someone could do that you buy a duplex or your triplex, and you live in one piece of it, and then you rent out the other side. You live there 5-10 years, and then you move on to your single house, and then you keep it. Like right there, you're going to be set for life. Just that alone. And then your investments are just a bonus at that point. Like you've got the foundation. Like
I love Frozen Fabio.
Problem is if you don't do that, like you can't come. You have to live there so you can get the FHA loan or the VA loan. Otherwise, it's a commercial loan, which you probably couldn't afford for a first loan. But
how is I don't understand internet. How is Fabio frozen, but we're still coming through on a stream just fine?
Oh, we are.
It seems like that would be
It's because it's hosted on StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you're having internet issues that we can't even see you, then you think your stream would lag or something.
No, because it's not locally hosted. It's fine.
Whatever.
You guys are basically coming on to the separate server, and my internet's having issues with the StreamYard server.
You're streaming us.
Will P, do you have like a duplex and you live in one side of it?
Who are we talking about? Me?
No, one of the comments he just said that's what I do.
Yeah, house hacking, bro.
Like I don't know how affordable that is. Like in some, like it's doable in my area to get a duplex. Like as a first, like you could afford it. I'm sure like Chicago is probably not a chance, but
somebody wanted from the let me get his Discord name again. I always forget it. It's so long. Paul GC Bubbleson. Wonder where he got that name from. But yeah, so in the Discord, you want me to talk to you about this Robert Kiyosaki news piece. It was maybe like somewhere in the last 10 to 20 years. It was a while ago, I think. But it was a Rich Dad Poor Dad seminar. I don't know if you know this, but this is what the guy does. He offers free seminars. Who are you thumbsing up? Will
P?
Okay. Yeah, so this is what Kiyosaki does. He hosts free like a free 1-day seminar on real estate and how to because Rich Dad Poor Dad's all about real estate. Now he's about gold actually, but so he has a free real estate and you can come to it, and then you get there and he does not teach you shit. He doesn't teach you anything about real estate, but he teaches you just enough to say, and by the way, if you actually want to learn how to do this, we have a $500 3-day seminar coming up. And so he pressures people to pay for the $500 seminar. And then this is what really makes it genius. You know what you learned at the $500 seminar?
Buy index funds.
Yeah, right. Yeah, a lot of people think I ask rhetorical questions, but I actually want an answer. No, the $500 seminar also teaches you absolutely nothing about real estate. It's 3 days of. Oh, by the way, we have this $18,000 seminar. So and then at the 18th, I'm sure maybe you learn something at that point. But it's all leading up to this.
The best thing I could tell someone buying real estate, which I'm sure that's why I knew Zillow would fail. It's like, you got to get an amazing real estate agent. They're worth every penny. And I hear people, oh, you don't need real estate agent, or they're useless. They don't do anything. I'm like,
that is what I usually hear, actually.
You don't know what they do, or you have the wrong agent, but they will save you. But if you get the right person, my agent's awesome.
But yeah. So and then what's crazy is they said at the seminar at the $500 one, so a news team went in with like hidden cameras and stuff to record it, and the guy it's not Kiyosaki, but it's some other guy. He's hosting the event, and he's like, yeah, to buy real estate, you're going to need to, be able to buy, $100,000 houses on a credit card, which I don't know if you can put a house on a credit card, but let's assume you can. So he gets everyone. He's like, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Y'all are all going to, he's like, here's a script for everybody. You're going to call your bank and ask them to raise your credit limit to $100,000. And then here's the devious part. It has nothing to do with buying a house on a credit card. It's so that you can put the $20,000 seminar on the credit card afterwards. So yeah, they're pretty scumbaggy.
I mean, if you cashed out a credit card like 3-4 months before you apply for a house, and it's not showing, because they only look for I think 2 months on your bank statements, you could maybe. I mean, they go back 2-3 months, I think, and then if there's anything weird, they will be like, well, what is this?
I can't believe how different you look not in a car.
Bump, bump, bump.
But
I'll let me say, hey DK, I see you in the lobby. You got to turn on your camera. Yeah, he left.
Oh darn.
Yeah, you got to turn on your camera. If you don't have your camera on, I can't let you on because I don't know what you're gonna show.
also, you can't have your camera on and have your clothes off. So your camera has to be on, and it also has to be appropriate beyond that.
Oh yeah. On Capital Mindset, we need that.
Yeah. Casual.
Yeah. No need for a suit. Just like shirt on.
Yeah. I didn't even have a shirt. I have laundry right now.
The one thing I think Echoes says,
Anyone can join. Will P. Anyone can join.
Yep.
you got to nail your real estate agent. They'll save you on a deal. And the other thing is get an inspector that you actually like trust. Don't just rely on whoever the real estate agent gives you. Like try and find an inspector that like you trust and believe in, because you need them to like really find stuff that's bad with a house. And even the lawyer is important. My lawyer is she's a friend of my wife's. They do the title search stuff. All that stuff's important. Like you shouldn't be lazy on any of those things if you're going to buy a house.
Yeah, when you said you got to nail your real estate agent, it reminded me of that porn site.
Is it related to
Let me find out what the name of it
taxis
is.
that may or may not be real?
The what?
I said, is it related to taxis that may or may not be real?
Oh, no, it's actually real estate. Property sex, that's what it's called.
I did say that, didn't I? Nail a real estate agent. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Now they all it's funny because they all end the same way, and the joke is only funny once. So the guy basically it's a female real estate agent showing off a house. Something happens, I'll let y'all guess. And then at the very last 30, go to any of these videos, go to the last 30 seconds, the girl will go, so I guess now you have to buy the house, huh? The guy's like, haha, I guess so, and that ends.
Uh-huh.
Terrible way to decide on real estate investing, by the way.
Yeah, it's a terrible way to get a deal.
I mean, that's what Kevin does, but I don't recommend it.
Yeah, there's like questions that like my wife and I have been discussing about what we're gonna do in like within the next 6 months. We're planning on like, I don't know. Wolf Squad says hit and miss, by the way, Cole.
I guess they never miss, huh?
The one thing there's one other thing I know. Like if you go to a broker for your mortgage, they will just package your mortgage and sell it most likely.
Mhm. Yeah.
So in 4 years, you might have 6 different mortgage companies. They'll just buy it and sell it, and it's going to annoy the hell out of you. So you can go to a bank though and literally ask them like, "Do you hold the mortgages?" And they'll tell you. So I went to USAA because I want someone to own the mortgage on my house that if my life went to hell, I could maybe call them and they know me.
That's what Kingdom of Finance calls our country.
But if you go to a broker, I mean, your mortgage, who knows who, like some company in Pennsylvania bought mine at some point, and it's just like, I mean, if your life goes to hell, they don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Like, do you trust that they're going to help you out if you call them and ask for like help? But,
And then
think about like I would prefer to go to like some community bank or someone that'll hold it.
Yeah, let's put it like this. If I make a risky mortgage on Friday, there will be a major bank buying it up by Monday.
And Michael Burry will short it.
Yeah, package it.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not driving. What is it? A 6 Series or something? I forget what he says. He says something like, "I'm not driving a so-and-so without strippers."
Gil says you watch too much porn, Cole.
No, it's true. Yeah, it's awful.
The admission. The first step of fixing a problem is accepting you have that problem, Cole.
Yeah, first I have admission, and then I have emission.
Oh my god.
All right.
Yeah.
What's everyone's thoughts on Markowitz?
I'll let other people.
Markiplier?
No, not Markiplier. Markowitz.
I don't know what that is.
Who is that? A person?
Yeah, it's a person. Well, okay, all right. What's everyone's thoughts on modern portfolio theory?
Probably where I get out of
couldn't even talk about it.
He went away. Well, Cole doesn't like my 26 individual stocks and 5.
No. I said there was a guy on the dividend subreddit that I only went to because this jackass linked me to it.
Me? Oh.
Yeah. And so this guy, he has, was it a C series? Yeah, I think so. It was a C series in the movie. So yeah, so this guy had two dividend ETFs and then 30 dividends individual stocks.
Yeah, that was that the bubble one?
Yeah, it was a bubble. And all I said was at that point, I think if you have 30 stocks, you don't even need the ETFs at that point. Or if you have the ETFs, you don't need the individual stocks.
That was a weird point. He had a lot of different stuff that I thought was kind of random.
Oh yeah, and you also didn't even like the picks. Yeah,
I didn't like most of his choices, but he had like Stanley Black and Decker. I run away from that company, and I don't remember the other Realty Income. I'm like, why would you buy Realty Income unless you're retired? Like, just wait.
Did y'all see the Everything Money video about Black and Decker?
No.
Love it.
Paul said he liked the Decker part, but
Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk about that in a second because I want to get to Bacon's question because he's asked a question. So what about Markowitz that
I don't know what that
wanted
is.
to talk about the
Some
modern
tribute, the modern portfolio theory to Markowitz. And
Did you know?
Yep, go
I
ahead.
think he founded a company, Markowitz. If I'm thinking of the same one.
I think so too. The funny line that I like having attached to Markowitz is like indirectly a jab, where it's like, since when did we let a young 20-something define what risk is from a financial perspective? Because the no one's gonna laugh at this joke, but how risk is often defined as volatility, which is a really, really weird way to define such an important word.
It really just means short-term risk.
I mean, I look at individual stocks differently than you do, because I'm more number one concern to me is the dividend growth. Number two is like price appreciation. So I don't know, I'm different than most of you, I'm sure.
I like a good dividend grower.
I'm looking at the dividend. I see it's growing. I want to see if do I feel comfortable the revenue is going to keep going up? They keep expenses under control. They have like a moat, or maybe they have a kind of a moat.
Okay,
I'm not overly concerned with the price of the stock. I want the dividend more.
What the hell is a dividend coverage ratio?
I'm trying to.
free cash
driving
flow?
me mad because I know he started a company. Looking at now, I gotta look into it because I can't remember the name of the company.
I mean, odds are he's not, running it right now, because Markowitz that'd be what, 90s, mid 90s.
Kakai International. Wow, yeah, that's the one. He started Kakai International. CACI.
I mean, you can find companies. Some companies too will put in their business plan that as part of their plan going forward, they will keep the payout ratio of the dividend at a certain percentage. Like
they have targets.
Like Amgen has said they're going to keep it at 60%. It's like literally part of their plan for the next 10 years. Not everyone does that. Like most companies don't.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah. The paradox of dividends.
Let me see.
I think I got this off the rail. I should probably bail here.
Bacon. Nobody talked except Bacon.
I was gonna say.
God damn it, Fabio! What the fuck?
Sorry.
No, I was like I was just gonna add on, like, just kind of funny, the ironic paradox of dividends, where yes, they're tax inefficient, but could it be that the fact that they're still in favor, that it caters to a specific investor class that want specific things from their management teams and therefore tend to get it sometimes?
I've never brought up the tax efficiency perspective, especially because most people can easily fit all their stocks in a retirement account anyway.
Yeah.
Dividend grandpa. Yeah, so PPCN is a large YouTube channel, much larger than this channel, and he's all about dividends.
Speaking of dividends,
I
was sad when I found out he liked crypto. I have to say, I was a little sad.
We'll get to your question, Miguel. Yeah, Rue pounding beers at a wedding. Hello, he has entered the chat. Yeah.
I think it's crazy that Strongman's on his third wife already, but
no, he's not. Oh, I get it.
Because that wedding, yeah.
Because at a wedding. Yeah.
Yeah. My guess is someone
Good.
else's wedding.
Yeah. There's companies that like I'll off the top of my head, I don't know why I'm only remembering this one. Altria now has a dividend payout target of 80%. That's like their target.
Does that
All
mean
right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm back. I'm back, by the way.
Uh-oh.
Boom, 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 boom.
that doesn't even make sense? One's a thing and one's a stock.
Oh, echo. My bad.
Yeah, you're good.
My bad. It was echoing.
All right, so we got this guy's question, and
I want to read this tonight though after I eat. Your dividend theory guy. I'm curious.
Yeah, Jap Gill. I think we all know what he ate.
What does that mean? I don't know what he ate. Now we have to know what you ate.
Oh wait, what? Oh,
What'd you eat?
Samosas. Oh.
That's not true.
Samosas?
Yeah, 2.
Yeah, Jap Gill got it. Yeah.
All right. So what do you guys think about Comcast?
It's trash. No, I'm just kidding. It's
This is actually
trash.
what I like about it is the Nintendo Park thing that they're working on. I like that part of it.
That's them. They have a Nintendo.
Yeah,
Park?
yeah. They have some Universal whatever thing that they're doing.
Oh yeah, Universal Studios.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
they have
theme
this
park.
Nintendo Park. They're gonna open that up, and I will absolutely go there. Absolutely.
Is Julius making fun of me, or is that original? I remember somebody brought up some. It was probably you. Somebody brought up samosas the other day. What I was like, isn't that like a orange juice and champagne?
That'd be
With samosas? Do you not
Yeah.
know? Are you what?
We already had this conversation.
Oh.
Someone showed me a picture of it. I had not heard of it.
Oh my god, man.
So this is actually I was trying to ask this question a couple streams ago, but I didn't have the perfect company for it. So what do you guys think? So everybody hates Comcast from what I read online. Like
I like the Nintendo stuff, but that's it.
I rarely hear people say, "Oh, I'm so glad I can get Comcast for my internet," but they have to. But nobody wants Comcast, and yet they have so many customers. What do y'all think of a company like that, where like no matter how terrible it is, people are just forced to buy it? Does that
It's
sound
a great company.
does that sound like a good investment, or do you worry that like, oh, if there's one competitor comes out, things could go down quickly?
It's more so like a he said, she said type of thing. Like, for example, in Canada, everybody hates Rogers, everybody hates Bell, everyone hates TELUS, but we all still have to use them, right? So it's a great company. Sentiment's bad. Same thing with better platforms. Everybody hates Facebook and Instagram. Like in terms of the Zuckerberg, people are still going to use it.
But you're not forced to use Facebook. I mean, if you want internet, you're forced to use Comcast in a lot of cities.
I don't know, man. I'd argue people are forced to use Instagram because, it's
to find OnlyFans accounts.
yeah, exactly. So, yeah, people viewing the only. So it's a social thing. It's a social thing with like Instagram and whatnot. People.
What's up, Dan?
CSA, is that their ticker?
What?
Comcast ticker.
CMC something? I don't know.
Why do they have like a penny stock ticker? That's really weird.
It's a 5-letter ticker. I know.
That's weird. Million with a 5-letter ticker.
It's CMCSA. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's trash.
PE of 11, dividend of 3. Everything
It's
looks
a
good.
buy. It's a buy. Yeah. I wouldn't touch it, but that's just me personally. So
I don't know. I don't like tech. I just don't.
Yeah, that, and also like how's the debt load compared to everyone else in that sector?
I mean, I'd have to compare. See, like looking at their stuff, there's some promise, but I don't know. You'd have to compare them to like who's somebody to compare them to.
AT&T maybe. I mean, granted,
That's like, people you can look at a chart but it's like, well, how does that stack up to someone else like close to them? Like,
but AT&T though is weird, man. I wouldn't touch AT&T either.
Oh, AT&T? Yeah, no. I mean, at least they threw a lot of their debt at Warner Bros. Discovery, so there's that.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for like Fabio to tell us there's some trap metric on Comcast that we're not seeing, and
Trap? No,
something we're going to talk about. And you're like,
Yeah,
this is one thing.
Yeah, this is gotcha live stream.
Yeah. and we're all just
We should talk about Zebra Technologies, bro. Come on, nobody ever talks about it.
Oh no, Zebra. I actually remember that one because so I was actually it's one that got away. It is one that got away.
It's
I
a
wonder if he's
decent
watching this
company.
live stream.
that's a trap with Fabio. You start talking about something glowingly a stock, and then he'll just like bring in one thing, and it just crushes your stock thesis, and you're like,
They own CNBC, boys. Comcast is the buy. Buy, buy,
I
buy.
save those for the calls because there we can get just really intimate about things.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, it's the barcodes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Paul from Everything Money about zebras. He said he likes half of them, but
Oh my gosh,
Oh my God, Cole, you're
Cole. Yeah, Zebra's like basically barcodes technology. There's another one that Pegasus software, Pegasus Systems, I think, or Pegasystems. Yeah,
that
Pegasystems.
sounds so cool. All right.
They're like
Somebody in your-
massively owned by the founder still.
somebody in
They-
your chat keeps DMing me pornographic images. By the way,
Who? That's not allowed.
I'm not gonna name them, but
Ooh, yo, look at the stock on.
Oh, but they're doing a direct message, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Comcast they're the Peacock.
They can
one,
do
right?
whatever they want then.
See Peacock streaming.
Yeah, and I always get them confused. Does Peacock have The Office? That's right.
Look
Peacock
at the
has
stock
The
part
Office,
of
yes.
Pegasystems, bro. It's like, whoo.
So you don't
Wait,
even
what?
pay to go on Peacock. You just go on it, and then there's like another tier. You can watch these shows for, and they're
Oh,
not.
that's right. I think I could be way off on this, but I think in 10 years from now,
Damn.
I think every streaming service, most streaming services are going to be expected to have a free tier of some sort. It might have 6 ads every 3 minutes, but I think that they have to have some kind of free tier.
Mhm. I mean, eventually they're all going to get rolled into one package, like cable TV did.
Are they? Because I don't
We're
see.
going to
I
take
don't-
all the streaming services, package it, and then that company maybe doesn't even exist yet, and then they'll
But
sell.
I feel like that's some kind of game theory thing where none of the companies are going to end up. None of the companies are going to agree to that. Like they're going to want to be the one who has the package or something.
I don't know. I mean, the banks.
Cable companies probably didn't want to get packaged and bundled together either in the beginning. I bet.
Well, there wasn't a
the
way
Office?
though. With the internet, they can actually be their own thing. So I mean, we'll see. It's unpredictable, really. Yeah, I think Netflix. Do you guys think Netflix will need Do you guys
Oh
know?
my
I'm not
gosh,
an expert
how
on
did
this at all. Do y'all know how streaming services work in like really low income countries? Like, are they like super cheap
They're
relative?
super cheap.
Yes, yes,
Super
they are.
cheap. Super cheap.
They are super cheap. That's
Disney-
why.
Yeah.
Don't they offer Netflix for like a few dollars a month? in
Yes.
India or
Yes,
right?
that's why
Never seen
investors that tried to plug in DCFs with user numbers were really, really sloppy when they came to Netflix in India.
Because the subscribers aren't the same value. It depends on what part of the world you were getting that, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
for example, with India, a lot of their streaming platforms, dirt cheap. Like that, Disney has segments of like Indian streaming services, like specifically, it's garbage right now. But as the medium income for Indian households in India grows, so will them charging as well, right? So they'll have pricing power eventually, but not yet.
When Netflix dropped to like, what was it, 170? I'm like, you're like, do I pull the trigger? Do I pull the trigger? But I liked other investments more. So it's not like,
Yeah,
whatever.
I just picked one, and I was like, you know what? I'll just pick Disney. Whatever.
I don't.
like I like AMD more than Netflix, I think, if I remember when it dropped. So it is what it is. But
Kingdom. I don't know if this is I don't know if you're private about this, but have you lived in India or were you born in Canada?
I was born in Canada, but most of my relatives are still in India, and some of them are a little on the elite side of things. So you know.
Oh, just like Fabio.
No,
What?
No. Fabio is the richest man on the planet.
Oh, I'm not.
It doesn't even come close.
You guys are joking. I know that.
Yeah, but yeah, here's a good question though. Share repurchase plan.
I mean, I like it when they strategize it like that. Yes, but like you're saying it well. Like, okay, if executed in this way, yeah, great. Buy it when it's cheaper. Buy less as it gets more expensive. Yes, but easier said than done. Because
Most companies
management,
overpay.
yeah. What if they're wrong? Like, what if they're wrong? You know.
Does
So,
any company dollar cost average into their own stock?
some companies buy no matter what. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of companies that just buy a very small amount, just every very small amount of their.
Now,
share.
am I correct that a company would naturally buy when they're overvalued because they're gonna have the extra cash to buy
Yep.
shares back when they're
Yep.
people will buy up the stock because they're in a good position.
Yeah, they're doing well, so of course the stock will go up, so they have cash to buy it back. But yeah,
When a stock is down 60-70%, anything they do, people are gonna be bearish on it. So I don't know.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It gets to that point where the whole crowd, all retail investors are like, I don't like it, but it's down like 75%, and you don't know, like that might be the time.
Exactly.
It's easier said than done for a lot of people.
Like Israeli stocks, for example. Oh man, I'm telling
They're
you.
hated. Yeah.
They're so hated, but like I've been buying Wix. I've been buying Fiverr.
Really? I did not know this.
Oh yeah, at these levels, dude. Come on, like at these levels.
What are they at?
They're literally like bottom, super low. Fiverr's like, let's see here. Yeah, but they're like super. They're like dirt cheap right now, man. A lot of these things really stuff. But Wix and Fiverr are the only ones that I'm buying in Israel for now. I mean, I looked at InMode and I looked at their financials. I was like, there's something. They're buying their stuff from China. So,
Maybe people do account for this, but I feel like they don't when it comes to streaming services. This is personal anecdotes. It might not even been true, but I've never heard a single person go, "Oh yeah, I subscribe to the streaming service because they have such a huge catalog of shows." Like I've never heard anyone ever say that. I've heard someone say they have 2 shows on a watch, so I go with them. Yeah. So it's really me personally. I think winning the streaming war is less about having the most shows or a big cat. It's more about if you have the most popular show, you're going to win because people will subscribe for one show.
Yeah, but back to the Fiverr thing. Like literally from its IPO, it's only up 2%. It went up 10x, and then
it's up. You're wrong. You're so wrong. It's 2.92. 2.92%.
Oh, Miguel.
Are you talking about the jewel of the Sasha portfolio?
Yeah, the Sasha portfolio stock. Yep.
That was Tulio now.
Yeah.
Miguel
Ramos, you got to add
portfolio.
Like every stock that Sasha, but then again, Sasha's a growth investor, right? And he bought everything at the top, and now he's selling everything at the bottom. 10 out of 10.
I like how he does the video on Twilio. Twilio, everything is going bad. Like all the metrics you would look at, worse. They lay off. They say they're going to cut 10% or 11% of their workforce. And people are like, yeah, we love this business. They're just firing people everywhere.
Yeah. It's like, woohoo, that's improved.
You're in a business where firing people is just like the best thing you could have done for your model.
Yeah. You know how degenerate that is? Oh man, that's a massive.
Fabio, you added me to read the newest Amazon review. Is that what you added me for?
No. You see it, but don't worry about saying it. It's just funny. What I said.
I just can't wait for Salesforce's next acquisition. I wonder what's going to be like. I'm really hoping it's Zoom, but we'll see. We'll see what it is.
Well, I had to deal with Salesforce this year.
Mm-hmm.
We were trying to get a grant writing software package written by them, my state, and they're nice people, but it was so damn frustrating because they're not accountants, they're IT people, and I'd have to explain just stupid crap about how to do accounting. And it was always wrong, and I don't know. I guess I'm bearish on them.
So. Oh, you're bearish on yeah.
That's kind of what I thought about Meet Kevin's software. I'm like, so you have an IT guy writing real estate software? I mean, but he doesn't have any real estate experience. So it doesn't just come out of your head and goes to that guy like Kevin probably thinks. But
Kevin's the real estate,
he's the G.
supplement of it. So
But they like they would put stuff like they would put. I would tell them how to write a program or how to write like a hearing report, and then
we have another guest
the wrong way.
What's up, Adam? How you doing? This is the first time Adam's on.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah, finally got a working camera.
And so you got a new person.
All right, Dan, you heading out?
Yep.
All right, I'll see you, man.
Oh damn. See you, Dan.
How's everything? All right, so here we go. So I'm looking at HF St. Clair to bring up this guy's question. I mean, I'm not really interested right now in any energy plays.
Fabio, reintroduce us again.
Huh? What happened?
Reintroduce us. I'm still not sure who this guy is.
Oh, sorry. Here you go,
Adam.
Adam Nash.
Ah, gotcha.
Sorry, I had to take away the comments so then you can see each other's names.
Adam,
You guys are like, who are you? Like
more like Adam Cash.
Oh Jesus!
I did. Yeah. My final thoughts on streaming services. Because it's people are mad. They're like, what? Netflix is like $18 a month or something. Does somebody know? Thanks, guys.
no, it's I don't. My wife.
I know you don't, Fabio. But the point is, creating new content is prohibitively expensive.
Oh, it is.
Like Family Guy has a budget of $2 million an episode, and that's very cheap animation that they use. So I think there's going to be. Disney's making new shows, but there's going to be some. My idea for a nice streaming service is something it has nothing new whatsoever. Like every show ended over 10 years ago. Stuff that you could presumably get pretty cheap. So it's not like, it's not going to attract everybody, but the streaming service could be so cheap having old content like that.
Check this out. Mm-hmm. So you know the new show on Netflix, Sandman?
No.
I like the show. You guys should go check it out.
Love it.
You love it?
Yeah.
Do you know how much it costs?
Oh God, I can imagine. I mean, boatloads. I mean, the guy that did the book has done like 1 million books, so it must be like boatloads money.
165 million for the season.
Oh man, Jesus Christ.
165 million for the season. 15 million per episode.
Oh my
God. How much it costs.
I think there are some free streaming services that it's shows from like the 60s and stuff. I mean, I'm not saying go back that far, but I mean, if you can get like some classic 90s shows really cheap, I mean, and charge like $5 a month, I could see people liking that. Or
you can have ad block, watch shows online, stream.
Yeah, no, I mean that is what I do. I have Hulu for convenience because I like the Fox animated shows, but it's the only one I have.
Someone's telling me to look at the budget. But by the way, my final thought with that is I'm not really interested right now in energy too much, but over the next decade, maybe we can re-explore that idea because there's been a huge lack of capex investment in that space we've talked about before. But kind of let me look at this. I haven't even seen the first episode of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, Potato. That's why I almost question Disney making so many new shows because obviously a lot of people did subscribe to it for the Mandalorian.
What?
A lot. Are you looking at the Lord of the Rings thing?
Oh my gosh, 715 million.
Rough
estimation. That is how much Amazon spent on Lord of the Rings on just the production. Every time Cole tries to talk, I'm gonna.
I think Fox News said half that budget was for like the 2 black actors, but
I think this is why James Cameron came out with Avatar because he's realized that all these budgets are so big.
Oh, another source actually comes out and says 1 billion, so actually even higher. So a different source says 1 billion.
No, yeah, I mean, as I said, creating content is
just for season 1, Julius. Yes.
I mean, creating content is just it's ridiculously expensive. That's why.
Let alone, what if the content is a bust, right? Like, let's say you drop all this money and it's a bust, which is going to happen.
I mean, that's why I've always been bearish on Netflix because they greenlight everything, and most of their original content's bad.
Oh, purple hair, you're woke. All right. You're
hey, no, there's some content there that's like. Makes fun of that stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I can't remember the name of that Australian show. It's an Australian show.
I don't know this for a fact, but I hear because people always complain. They're like, "Oh, I canceled Netflix because the one show I liked on Netflix, it got to season 2, ended on a cliffhanger, and then they canceled the show." I've heard just from online comments that if a show gets to season 3, there are a bunch of union rules about paying the writers and the actors. And they say that a lot of shows get canceled early to avoid that. And basically, they just get to a new show that doesn't have all those restrictions. I don't know how true that is, though.
Oh, wow. Okay. That would make a lot of sense.
Though. Yeah.
A lot of these shows are like amazing shows, and then they just cancel it. And it's like, okay, all right.
That's worth double checking because that's just a few internet comments I've read saying that.
Reddit.
Yeah, Reddit.
Reddit.
I mean, my biggest problem with any streaming service right now is feels like you just have to have it. I don't know how many streaming services are there right now.
Yeah,
pretty much
over 10. Yeah.
You have to like have each one has its. I mean, Disney Shore is to me top dog, but like it seems like every single one has their own special movie that you want to watch or program, and it's like you have to have every single one if you're going to participate. And to me, I can't have maybe more than two. I'm not going to spend. How much is Netflix now per month?
They have different tiers.
Well, yeah, but the $10 tier is 480p, so it's there's no point.
No.
Wait,
Really?
That's trash. That's so trash.
Yeah, so the tiers they increase how many devices you can use at once. They also increase the quality.
Yeah. And hasn't Netflix come out and said now you're gonna be paying, but there's still gonna be ads on it?
No, it's an entirely new tier, lower cost tier.
Yeah, so it's basic is $9.99. Cole's right, it's not HD. Then you pay $15.49 for the HD, and then you pay
What do you mean by
$19.99.
HD?
HD is like standard HD, because then there's Ultra HD, which is available on the premium, which is
Are we talking 720 or 1080?
I believe they have that defined.
YouTube doesn't even call 720 HD anymore.
No, they shouldn't.
Wait, really? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Oh wow, you're right.
Yeah, it's not HD. I'm just kidding.
It used to be.
Let me find out.
But I will say from a realistic perspective, people are like, when people say like, oh, there's all these streaming services is the same price as cable. That's really how it had to always go. Just as long as you're still paying actors like $1 million an episode, and it still cost $1 billion to make Lord of the Rings and stuff, it kind of always had to be as expensive as cable was because it's expensive to make.
Cole, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Basic is 720p.
Really, it used to be 480. I mean,
yeah, now it's 720p. Audio 2.0 stereo. Then the standard has 1080p, 2.0 stereo Dolby Digital 5.1,
right,
and then the premium is 1080p and supports 4K, and has the same audio as before. On top of that, it has Dolby Atmos, so the highest quality audio.
I'm reading articles that's saying right now. Oh, you know what? What might have happened? Because I see here that so we just talked about Netflix is going to have a new tier with ads. It's going to be the cheapest one with ads. I'm seeing that one is 480p. So I think they bumped up the cheapest non-ad one to 720 so that the ad one could be 480p.
Yeah, and it's free.
The ones that are, what's funny? The ones that complaining about all the price stuff, it's the ones that were leeching off from other family members' Netflix accounts.
Yeah, they're
just saying, just saying. I got to defend Netflix a little bit there.
Yeah.
But it only happened when they actually had good content. Mm-hmm. Netflix doesn't have that anymore. They have
good content. They have good content. They have a lot of exclusive good content. I still prefer Disney just because they have a lot of different streaming platforms. But Netflix is still good. They'll always still be one of the three.
I will say, yeah, there's a lot of it pissed me off how much whining there was when it came out that Netflix is cracking down on the account sharing.
Yeah,
and the amount of whining, I was like, there's no way you thought that was like a thing you were supposed to do.
Yeah, so issue was Netflix first embraced it because they were the only leaders in it. They're like, whatever. But then they're like, but the people that were leeching off of Netflix for free content for all that time, you have no right to complain about it. No right. You're leeching off of the content. All right, you freaking.
Also, the amount of people that are like, well, I'm just going to stop watching it. It's like, you're not paying them anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like you have no reason to cry about it. I bet you don't even pay taxes. So
but yeah. So from
bomb in the street,
there's a difference between investing and as a customer. Yeah, I've borrowed somebody's Netflix password to watch a show real quick. So
sure.
I definitely agree from a customer service perspective. It's better to be able to share accounts, but it doesn't really make sense from a business perspective.
No. But even like you're again. I don't think why. It just doesn't contemplate in my brain. Like, how can you complain something that you weren't even paying for to begin with? So, because if you're crying that much about paying something, just watch it for free. You can just Google it watch something for free.
I've always people are really tough on ads. I think overly so because Hulu has always been my main streaming service, and so Jesus
Christ, mute yourself when you sneeze. That's funny, Bacon.
Hulu has an ad tier that I think it's like $8 a month or something, and then they have an ad-free tier that's around $12 a month. And a lot of people say like, "Oh, I would never get Hulu because I'm not going to pay for something and watch ads." And I was like, "Well, no, because the normal tier is ad-free. You would have to. You're paying less to watch the ads. It's not like a severe." Oh no, they acted like because there was an ad tier, and the same thing's happening with Netflix right now. They act like because there's a cheaper tier with ads, it invalidates the whole system when you can just pay a little bit more for no ads.
Yeah, no, like it's goofy, man.
And just this is not even stock related, but I read a comment yesterday that somebody said, because I think YouTube is also increasing the number. YouTube's trying something where it's like 5 or 6 ads back to back, but it's like they're short, like 6-second ads. But somebody made a comment. It had like 500 upvotes on Reddit. Somebody said, anytime I see an ad for something on YouTube, like a pre-roll ad, they said I immediately boycott the company. And I was like, that's a very severe, like that's a small barrier to boycott a company.
Yeah, no, that's just clownery. It's like you want to watch free content. You don't want to pay for anything. You don't want to see ads. Go cry about it, bro. Go under the mattress or something. I don't know. Like, come on, man. Like a little bit of common sense goes a long way with a lot of this stuff. Like I get it. You want to be anti-corporation, whatever. But you're probably working for one.
Nash, you almost look like a I swear there's some meme that looks like you. I can't think. It's not a popular one, but I've seen a format of some guy looks just like you with a little headset on.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the Linus Tech Tip. Well, no, that's just your face.
Oh, Jesus. He has a pretty thin head, though.
I think you're making a. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, that is. Can I share my screen, maybe?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I just bring it up. Careful what's on there, Cole.
Oh yeah, you gotta be careful.
Careful with your tabs.
Yeah.
What
get rid of the bookmarks and all that, just in case.
He's cleaning through it right now. He's like,
oh man.
All right, there we go. I can see it. I'm gonna bring it up.
Okay, yeah, this is what I was picturing.
Oh shoot! Yeah, dude, that's like.
Fair enough. I did just get a haircut, so.
Yeah. Oh, you had long hair before?
Yeah, a bit longer. But...
I don't know if any of you know Athlete X.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, Athlete X. Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of looks like him, right? I don't know. From the meme. Yeah. More identical.
Maybe. Kind of. Was that supposed to be like?
Yeah. Kind of. No, I just have to mention him. I don't know. Does it kind of look like him?
Joe Schmo says Netflix marketed that whole account sharing thing, and it worked. Not so much. They are interesting speculation bet for me personally, but 180. I mean, that was around my price, so I think we're in agreement there, I guess. But
that was just that. Yeah, that's the 2010s are a time we're never going to go back to, where every single media company. They put zero value on streaming rights, so they gave Netflix everything for free almost.
Pretty much.
Yep. And unfortunately, that's never going to happen again.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. That was the golden age of Netflix.
Hey man, I still use Redbox.
There you go. You can still.
Remember.
I don't even know how to do it, but I believe you can still have Netflix mail you DVDs.
I'm doing good.
That's hilarious.
Thanks for asking, Fuhan. It was an international thing.
I haven't used Redbox since 2011, so.
So you want to invest in Redbox right now?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, you gotta pump it, man.
I don't know if this is a meme or something. I remember in the Cyberpunk 2077 game, which, as you might guess from the title, is set in the year 2077. They still have red boxes in the game.
Oh my.
That's pretty bullish.
I'm looking at something. Reddit.
Well, Milan says account sharing was intentional. There's also no way to there's not a great way to police it, because people do, go to a hotel or they take their phone somewhere. So there's going to be different locations with the same account. And you don't want people sharing accounts, but you certainly don't want somebody going to their parents' house for the weekend and they can't use Netflix because it says they're in a different location. You definitely don't want to piss people off with that.
So how is Netflix still? I'm not sure if they are able now, but those like VPNs, are they able to block those at all yet, or no?
Yeah, I don't know if it's 100%, but the VPN I have, I can't watch Netflix while it's on. I don't know if some VPNs get around it.
Why do they block VPNs? Like,
It's a legal issue because some countries they have the streaming rights for a show in only some countries.
Okay, so it's a legal thing.
Yeah,
and everyone's getting sponsored by VPNs, so that's kind of funny.
Yeah, but every time there's a YouTuber that goes, yeah, you can get the only reason to have a VPN is to pirate stuff. But more of that. But they can't say that in the YouTube ads. So they go like, I use a VPN I can watch different shows on Netflix. I fucking go on Netflix and they're like, you have a VPN, you can't do this. I was like, what?
I got emailed by a VPN to sponsor, and I was like, yeah, no.
I would do it.
It was Surfshark, I think.
Okay, yeah, I would take that. Yeah.
I didn't respond.
I use private internet access.
I want to get sponsored by Pants, bro. Freaking strong, man.
Pants sponsorship.
And the fact that people are calling that grifting, crazy. It's
okay, we can kind of get into this. It's not stock related anymore.
Yeah, 3 hours in. It's 3 hours in now.
It's 3 hours in.
You want to talk about what grifting means?
Yeah.
No.
Pants? Come on. It's goofy, bro.
No, I think I don't know, the formulation of your audiences, I think, is so important. And I think we already got into this extensively, but I don't think the audience was formed properly.
Oh yeah,
on Strongman's channel.
Oh yeah, and Echoes, I would say as well. But yeah,
it is what it is. But that's why I'll leave that comment. I found this like Reddit post weird. Not from you. You didn't send it, Cole. Someone else sent it.
It was on the Meet Kevin subreddit.
No, it's an AMC from AMC. It's an old one. It's very interesting stuff
about Norland.
Yeah. Apparently, he was very positive on it in the past.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew exactly what you were talking about because I looked up Norland on Reddit. One of the main things.
He deleted the videos.
Okay, yeah, I Google Reddit blank, like anytime, like if I see something in a store, I'm like, should I buy this? I go to Google, I search Reddit blank, and I read review because I think that's the most honest reviews you can find because everything else is botted, like Amazon reviews and Google reviews.
Yeah.
But yeah, for YouTubers, I go to like Reddit blank, like I searched up. I'm not going to name names, but I searched up a YouTube channel, and everyone said, yeah, their videos suck. It's just to sell their software. And then I looked up Reddit Chris Norland. And yeah, the only Reddit threads I found about Chris Norland was AMC ads, AMC subreddits. That's why I knew who you were talking about. Apparently, yeah, he used to do like market open AMC streams, which is weird because his entire channel seems like the exact opposite of like an ape channel, right?
What, Norland?
Yeah,
Norland's is a weird channel because he does.
It seems like he would make fun of someone for being an ape, right?
Yeah.
It's a vibe I get from him.
Yeah.
I've seen like 2 videos. Even probably Fabio knows more about Norland than I do because
I don't know much.
I've watched 2 videos.
I watched a couple of Norland's videos. He's very boring, very dull, but that makes sense because he's on the older side as well. So
yeah, I thought he was younger than all of us, but he's 42 or so. I mean,
younger than all of us.
Well, he's older than Seth, which is crazy.
He's in his 50s, I'm pretty sure. So
I don't think I haven't heard 50s. I've heard 40s.
No, he's 50s. Well, yeah, like, very like he does his finance stuff. He does his finance stuff, and then in the middle of it, he just throws some like, I'm eating out at this place, vlog, whatever. I'm like, what's going on here, bro? Hey, it's his channel. He can do whatever he wants. So whatever. But it's just kind of weird how that works for him, right?
Okay, well, I went to chrisnorland.com because I was like, maybe it'll have where he was born. It literally says I don't have a birthday. That is a line on the homepage.
Oh, that's epic. Just so people will figure it out. Oh, freaking Dan, get out of here. Boomer. Oh, man.
Wait. Wait, hold on.
No, it's the one that Cole was saying. Oh,
He was an additional crew on Avengers: Age of Ultron. I don't know what that means,
Wow. Okay.
but that's cool. I'm saying that in a cool way. I have no idea what his involvement was, but it's interesting.
Yo, what?
What?
No, this is what? Someone just sent me. Oh my god, the internet.
Fabio got sent Seth's nudes, guys.
No.
Dude, someone just.
I don't want to be like a tease, but
Yeah.
what?
They're
Sorry,
being a- bro.
I should have opened that off camera.
God damn, Adam! I thought your webcam froze. You are a statue.
Oh no, I'm seriously just going through a screener right now. So.
I don't know if have any of y'all seen Twilight?
Oh no, garbage. Never
So
watched.
I'll admit to being I've read all the Twilight books when I was.
Oh my god, get out of
I
here!
guess I was in like
Really?
middle school. I enjoyed them.
Bruh.
I probably would hate it if I'm gonna go reread it, but I liked it at the time that they were popular. And yeah, so when apparently one of the things about vampires is that like they're completely still.
They
So
sparkle.
to not get noticed, they have to purposely like just adjust themselves every so often just to
Yeah.
look like a human.
No blood pressure, you know.
That's what Adam made me think of. Adam was like he was still like
vampire?
Really, right now I'm just going through a screener and I'm just figuring out what I'm going to do for metrics. So
nice.
What kind of screener is this? Work related? You don't have to tell us if it is.
no,
You're
it's not. So I use Stock Rover for
Mhm.
mine. I'm not sure if you've heard.
Oh, this is
before.
stock. Okay.
Stock
Yeah.
Rover, yeah, stock related screener. So
Okay.
just going through it. I mean, they have like 600 metrics, and I'm just kind of going through which ones I wanted. Typically, I'll just use, just the typical ones: sales growth, gross margin, just all that jazz. To kind of figure out.
No,
what
none of that's
industry we wanna go
important.
through.
Only the first one is.
Yeah, clearly.
Only the first one is.
Make sure you 3-year earnings per share. Make sure it's negative, but sales up.
Fabio, can you see what happens if you hit stop cam and then come back on because your audio is not even synced to your video?
Yeah. Now my internet's phenomenal. Hello.
Made it worse. You're frozen.
Oh, I'm
you're
frozen.
now Optimus Prime.
All right, there we go. I'll just do this. It's okay. I'll just use my audio.
We should all just use your audio. Come on now.
Yeah. I mean, well,
It would
we're
seem like-
already like at 3 hours, so we'll close off soon.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, audio it is, guys. Oh man.
Sure.
Nash is the only one who stays on.
That's fine. Then someone has something to look at.
Small.
I swear I won't move. It's gonna be a statue.
Joe Schmo, you say you can't pay shareholders with revenue. That is a lie. Watch me. I just won't pay creditors.
I'll pay shareholders in debt. Don't worry.
I won't
I'll
pay
be
the employees, and I won't pay the creditors.
I'll be sleep number. I swear I'll just keep getting debt and dishing it out to shareholders.
Oh
Promise.
yeah, that's all you got to do, and then go bank BK. There is a company that is doing this on a very extensive scale. I won't say their name right now.
All right. What industry is that?
Okay, it is food. That's broad enough that I won't say their name.
And it's
Food.
not TTCF.
Fubo?
No,
Fubo!
no.
Fubo
So
TV.
the CEO
You're
of this
welcome,
company is fairly litigious. I'll just say that. And so like when I do end up talking about it, I'll be fairly. I won't even probably mention it by name. We were exploring how to short this stock. So some people might be just saying that if they participated in that call, know exactly which company this is. But it's not practical to short.
Are they diluting? Are they diluting their shares? What are they doing? Are they just?
They're doing that. They're one of those things that they're doing. But since we're not saying the name outright, I can basically just tell you everything. So one thing that they're doing is they're taking on an extensive amount of debt. This individual used the company to basically purchase his own holding company, and then basically gave himself a massive payday. The CEO has been through this rodeo before. Let's just say that, as with the law, and right now the SEC has caught on to him already. So it was actually content that when Austin was still on the show, we were gonna make it last year. But what kind of deterred is just the whole possibility at the time that this individual was, of course, very litigious. It was not beneath him to do that, even if it was a small YouTube channel. Just mentioning it, we're talking about it. So yeah, and he's actually using. It's very interesting because it's also very difficult to short because there's very little shares even available
Oh, GameStop.
on the float. No, it's not GameStop. It's definitely not GameStop. So
Is
it's really difficult. I won't
it
say
an
yes
actual-
or no.
Yeah,
Is it
it's-
an
it's so
over-the-counter stock? I guess what is it?
No, it's not
Like,
over the counter. It is not over the counter.
So market cap.
Oh, that gives it away. That
Oh,
will give it
come
away.
on, like
Harry
you
and- Harry
can't
and
say
No.
food and okay, maybe not market cap. Give me like a ballpark market. Is it small cap, mid cap? Give me a ballpark
Don't do it, Fabio.
because I'm
Don't
gonna
do
guess it.
Yeah.
Oh, come
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
Fine,
it's
fine.
Rick Boys.
Don't private the live stream, Fabio.
That's it. I'm
Yeah, I'll
SEC
private the live stream if I do
litigations,
this.
I'm gonna
If
do
I
it.
do that, the live stream goes private. So I don't want to make the live stream private.
Yeah, I want. What the fuck, King?
Ah.
What?
Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh,
Yeah.
we just got sponsored by them, so he's doing me a solid.
It is what it is.
This
man.
counts every second that this is on. Yeah. So Joe
I
Schmo,
will say
see you, man.
Raid Shadow Legends is one of the coolest sponsors on YouTube because they will let you
Do whatever.
mock the shit out of them.
Yeah, it's epic, bro. I want to get sponsored by them.
Okay,
Well,
I won't say. So it's a food company. I just want to. I'm not going to say what it's going to be. I just want to see the possible results because, like I said, I have quite a bit of metrics to go through. So, would you know these off the top of your head? That I'm about to probably give out, like maybe not
Probably.
specifically sales numbers, but just ratios.
I vote we
So
move to a new topic.
Cole's
I
trying
don't
to
know.
Cole's trying to keep the stream alive.
Well, what's the point of the stream? I mean, we're going to talk about everything money all day.
No.
Okay.
No, please. That's what caused the other live stream to go private because I don't want to correct them.
Yeah.
So let's avoid that.
Yeah. Seth needs to wear some heels, but it is what it is.
Give me your metrics that you would like, and I could probably do that. That's fine.
Okay, so
Unless I know
Oh,
that
sorry,
it's
Paul.
definitely
Paul
gonna
needs
give
to wear
it
some
away.
heels.
all right, just because I'm going to set a greater than or less than type of deal. So do they have?
Greater is an interesting word to say.
Oh, okay. So greater than is their current ratio above 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, this guy's screening it, bruh.
Yeah, Fabio, shut the
Yeah.
screen down.
I'm screen. I'm going to give. No, I just want to use 5.
Tell you what, I'll do you a
Okay.
solid.
Okay.
Once we turn off the stream, stay on. I'll tell you the name. I'll save you so
Oh,
much time.
yeah.
I'll save you so much time. I'll just tell you the name.
No,
of the company.
it would totally be fun for
Wait,
guessing.
you could just private chat, just private like on the StreamYard thing.
That's no fun.
He doesn't. He. This man wants to guess it. This man wants to.
I want
find
to
out
guess it.
exactly what
I
is.
want to guess it. But
Well, it sounds like because I don't even know what it is, but I'm
Nah, I
hearing
don't either.
I'm hearing as far as metrics, I'm hearing they have good metrics.
one,
No.
it's
I'm
It's just like
I'm hearing they have very good metrics.
Oh
would
wait,
see-
is it that?
No.
Look at that pause.
I heard it.
Oh man, look at that pause, bro.
Also, Fabio, can you check Discord or I added you? I just wanted. I don't know how we're gonna turn that into a conversation topic, but I just wanted an opinion.
I'm not gonna talk about Stockmo.
Stockman's family.
Yeah.
Bad brands.
no, it's I don't know. All I
He
can say about
posted-
every. Go ahead.
What were you saying, Nash?
Oh no, I was just I'm not sure as of recently, but it just seems only thing I'm going to say about everything money, just downhill as of recent. I'm not sure
They
what
have
happened.
they have less views than they did a year ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Just it went downhill, and I'm just seeing a lot more of their videos, a lot shorter, less analysis. It's
What are you
just
talking about? Have you not seen Best Buy? Come on.
No, seriously, just go to any video in the last month. Every video, the comment sections are destroying them. Like nobody likes
They're
watching
too
their videos.
repetitive. They're too repetitive.
By the way, the problem with right now is you can't see my face when I have sarcasm. So if you
Right.
couldn't tell, like that was sarcasm.
No, because would y'all agree that the videos There's not even a point to watch the video. The whole thing, it's just a 10-minute long ad.
Yep, that's all it is now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm willing to open up to some topics of everything money as long as it's not correcting something that they're doing.
And they do the FANG stocks the most often, because you'll go look. The FANG stocks get 3 times the views as any other stock they analyze.
Oh yeah, and that would just make sense. That's the reason why they just do those stocks.
Like they do Apple every 3 weeks.
I actually, what is it? So I actually signed up for when they had a Discord thing going on, and that was fun. I got to say, like, the community there was fantastic. But then of course they shut down the whole Discord. It was only like $10 a month or something and they're like, we're not doing that anymore. We're not doing the Discord thing anymore. And now you have to go use our service, and now it's going to be like, I don't know however much it is now. It's like $30 a month.
Yeah.
It's like $30 a month, and I'm like, so I went from, because all I wanted was the Discord, and that was just $10 a month because I liked the community. But now they said, oh, we're going to do $30 a month, and I'm like, I'm not doing that anymore. Discord was just way too easy, and I didn't want to use their whatever they were using for communication with the community. It was just horrible.
It's pretty trash. I was in it for a couple of months.
Yeah.
I did learn on their Apple video that for just $12,000 you could earn $100 by selling a put over 2 months.
Yeah, no. I thought there was, I don't know, like, I always thought options were for, I don't want to use the word losers, but they're just way too risky. Just for me, I don't
That's
understand.
right, Fabio. Right before you brought me on, you were talking about how your covered calls blew up on you. Is what it sounded like.
No. So my Unum covered calls didn't blow up on me. The portion of that I did it, I would have been better off had I not sold it. So it's an example. Oh yeah. Like, I'm still gonna make nearly 100% gains on that tranche, plus the premium. But it would have been better, and thank goodness I didn't do it on the full position. I just showed it as an example of when
the only thing that matters is the comparative. I don't care that you made $100, 100% or whatever.
Yeah. No, that's why I brought it up. It's because, like, it would have been better off. It was a mistake, and it goes to show. I wanted to show it as, because there's a lot of people who maybe show selling a call option as it's only good. There's nothing wrong with it. It's free money. It's not. You can mess up, and that's an example of a mess up.
Yeah, no, I mean, people,
I'll show you guys with pride on it. So
people will. I don't have a specific video I can link you. I'm sure I could find one. There are people who think, there are investors that think you could sell a 5% out the money call monthly for 50 years and never. So what is that, like 600 contracts and never even risk getting called away. Yeah. Like they think, oh yeah, it'll never go up 5% in a month.
Oh, watch it happen. Like next week.
Yeah. Let me see any others. Buying options are just gambling. Selling them still has risk. Yeah, I'd agree with that to an extent. They're not the same, but
aren't they though?
No, because, like, okay, so what am I
answer? Because I honestly don't know. So is there a premium to selling options? Like, is the expected value of selling options greater than buying them?
Well, depends. It's not like a simple. Rephrase your question.
Is there supposed to be?
Are you supposed to make money?
Are you supposed to lose money buying options? Are you supposed, the way they're priced? They're supposed to be priced to be equivalent, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But, like, what you're doing is, I see the gambling aspect. What you're doing is you're betting. I'm going to use that phrase now. You're betting that if you want to keep the shares. If you don't want to get executed, you don't want to lose the shares. You want to keep the shares and generate a premium. Now, one thing that I will only do, and I only engage with this. So, like, if it's a position I'm not willing to sell already, I would never do this first place. So those are off limits. So, like, Alphabet, I'm not going to do it on Alphabet. I'm not going to do it on Alphabet whatsoever. I have no plans on selling call options on Alphabet. I don't want to sell that position. So I'm not even going to mess with it. So if you look at the two companies I've been doing it prolifically this year, and right now I don't hold any on AGRD. Those already expired, and those expired successfully. So I've already done it, I think, 3 times this year on AGRD alone. Unum, I did a portion of it. I'm looking back, it was a good thing. But both of those stocks are at price points, and the strike prices are prices I'm willing to sell them for. I'm willing to part ways with them.
I maybe have a better phrasing for you, Fabio.
Give it to me. Help me out.
If somebody buys 5% out the money calls a month out on a stock,
yes,
for 10 years, and
every year for every month,
somebody else sells calls for 10 years, 5% out the money monthly.
Oh, okay.
Are they, in theory, should they have the same performance?
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. I see what you're saying. It's like equivalent. Yeah, but like the
one of them is actually going to win, but
yeah, of course.
We don't know beforehand which the winning strategy is.
No, yeah, now I get it. Absolutely. But the one who's selling the call options in this case can at least change their or control their destiny, control by which they get this. Well, same thing with the call option. No, you know what? It's technically both.
Well, if you could only like,
there's a benefit, and there's the drawback.
This would never occur. I would hope this wouldn't occur, but like if somebody said, hey, you can either buy an option or you can sell an option, and if you profit on the trade, you get to live, and if you don't profit on the trade, you die. Then you would sell an option, like absurdly far out the money. So it's safer in terms of, maybe you buy a call and you win 1 out of 10 times, but you profit 10x, and then selling a call, you win 9 out of 10 times, but you profit 1x, or whatever.
Well, okay. To oversimplify it, I will look at a position, and if the position has performed well, if I want to sell a position because I think there's something crazy risky happening, I'm just going to sell it. I'm not going to play around. I'm not going to play games and lock up the position for a duration. That's silly, right? I'm not going to do that. So if I think like, oh, this stock's going to have, I don't have as much confidence in this stock for the next 6 months, but I have all these gains in it. I'm not going to go and say, oh, I'm going to sell a call option on it. No, I'm just going to sell it. I'm not going to play around with that, because I don't want the scenario in which I'm locked up with these shares, and then I miss out on that opportunity to sell it at the prices I actually wanted to sell.
Opportunity.
So that's like where we get to the point where it's like, this is not something I would be doing, or maybe you all figure out for your own portfolio, because this is an individual decision that you decide it's not worth it to me to do it with every single stock, right? Because that's, I think, sometimes what some channels are making it sound like it's just this extra money you're making on top of your positions, and you're doing it with all your positions. You're making all this cash flow. I don't agree.
Yeah, my main issue is every single find any YouTube video that has to do with selling options. That's an exaggeration. Find 90% of YouTube channels that talk about selling options. There's no downside to the play. It's always going to expire useless, and you're going to make all your premium and keep your shares.
And Dan Wesson's right. So it honestly also depends on the individual stock. So I found that some stocks just don't have an interesting opportunity in the premiums. Like the premiums that are being offered are just not that enticing for me to take on that. Because it is risk. It's opportunity risk, but it is risk, right? It's opportunity risk because you're locking yourself up. Like I can't, those Unum shares, technically, those are locked up till December. I cannot do anything with those unless I repurchase the contracts. So right now, just so we reiterate the conundrum, right? Currently, the strike price for those shares was 35. Currently, Unum is like $40. So right now, I could have just sold those shares for $40, but I'm not. I'm going to collect the dividend along the way, but for now, it's not going to. I probably would have been better off right now, so far the way it's looking, doing that. But if coming December, it's under that strike price of 35. And I get to keep the shares. All right, whatever. But let's say, what if that was its peak? Let's say hypothetically, somehow we know that $40 is the peak. And let's say I did it for my entire position. Well, I would have missed out on that opportunity that I was already willing to sell at 35, probably would have been willing to sell at 40. Makes sense. So it is still it's not. There's no such thing as free money. That's what you need to basically. That's the moral of the story. Actually, there's no such thing as free money. It's not free money
Unless if it's in Russia. So
unless it's in Russia and I seized all your assets. Then it's free money for me.
yeah.
It's free money for me, not for you. You worked for it. I took it.
Did you hear that Germany seized?
Oh yeah, the Jew thing. And that,
Bro.
that was like 80 years ago. You don't have to bring that up now.
Yeah,
Stream has now become private.
Clearly. No, it was so I think it was just either today or yesterday that Germany had seized Russian-owned oil refineries in Germany, like major ones, because they pretty much said, "Oh, it's to preserve Germany's economy, like their energy supply." And I'm like, but I know that, but it was Germany's sanction. It was the EU sanctions on Russia that had caused their energy prices to, well, at least whatever was going on, but that was a factor. But now they're like, okay, well, we're taking those refineries. I guess I just didn't understand it.
Well, Adam, I was way off, so I apologize to you.
Yeah, just a little bit, just a little bit.
A little bit late on the time frame, and
yeah, a few years off. But
so they seized Gazprom, Germania, and they now seize Rosneft assets.
Yeah, that was the one I heard today.
Yeah. So what do I think about it?
Oh, I mean, it was just something
from a political perspective.
Hey,
I guess I don't, from. I mean, I don't know how would you feel about it, and that I guess politics isn't fair in that case, but I guess from a ownership point of view, would be your opinion on that?
That's getting into like the realm of a war, right? So like this is a conflict, and like governments. That's what governments are. I guess they're entitled to the jurisdiction of their land.
I would consider a country taking another country's assets as an act of war. I think it's a fair.
No, yeah, it is. It's right now. They're in conflict, and they're just simply acting in accordance with said conflict. I mean, what I think is like we need to separate it. Okay, so Germany seizes the property of its German citizens, or like the people residing within Germany. That's like I would separate that from, because Gazprom, we have to remember. I don't know about Rosneft off the top of my head, but I know Gazprom, I think, is 50% owned by the Russian government.
I know.
Control.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's all I said. And control.
I have a question, just so I understand this, because I haven't read anything about this. I like doing metaphors. Is this like if China said we now own all the McDonald's in our country, or is it like a metaphor for this, or is it something different?
So essentially, well, because whatever you said, Rosneft, was that the one you said?
Rosneft, yeah, Rosneft.
Yeah. So Russia actually owned like 54% of that one, somewhere in the mid 50s, and Germany pretty much just said we're taking over it. And I'm like, but you don't have like in my sense, I'm like, but you don't have a controlling ownership of it, and yet they decided to take it over anyways. And I was like, what? Like that's pretty bad.
I think like to an extent, like in acts of war, you're going to see like a lot of stuff like that. It should be like considered as like government risk. So if I'm a company doing business in another country, and like, for example, I'm not going to be surprised if US-China war, China seizes US company assets. I'm not going to be surprised. Like, I'm going to be like, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, I didn't see that coming.
Is it like my McDonald's comparison?
I'd say, but that's like United States seizing an American company. It'd be like, I don't know, like China seizing all the Apple stores, or us seizing all, I don't know, a Chinese company.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a Chinese company.
Oh, wait, let's say Alibaba's warehouses here.
Yeah,
Alibaba's warehouses in United States, and the United States seizes all the warehouses.
Fabio, wouldn't that be funny though if like we got into a war with China and America, like Joe Biden came out and he's like, we're taking over all the Panda Expresses.
Oh my!
China's like, but that's an American. It's already an American company.
The U.S. government's just using an excuse to take Panda Express over.
It's actually just Joe Biden just walks in and gets like a plate of like Mongolian beef, and he's like, "Yeah, this is our property now," and he just like walks out with it.
Yeah. So in this case, like apparently, Potato Frogs is saying so that they took the assets so they can continue to operate, and that is what the government said. There is an EU law that the government can seize control of infrastructure if there is danger to a sector like energy security. Yeah. So it's like it's like to what extent do we not expect the government to act if it's for actual strategic
that's
assets?
common sense,
Yeah, like that's from here to the end of time. I don't know any government.
Well, in this, I guess what threw me off was the fact that it was the EU sanctions that Germany had agreed with and proposed against Russia for the oil embargoes, and obviously after that, energy prices skyrocketed, and now Germany's response is, oh, well, now we have to protect them. We have to control our own energy because of the increased prices. In my thought is, well, isn't it kind of your fault? At least some ownership is that you propose those embargoes, you propose those sanctions that would otherwise increase prices. So now you somehow feel justified to take that said property.
Yeah, well, I'll kind of get into like.
I know it's a lot more nuanced than that, but in the sense, at least from what I had read, that's how my first take on it.
No, I know we're kind of going into we're arguing from a point of, I guess, a time of peace. I mean, like I'm not for government seizing of any private property. I don't want anyone to think I'm like defending that. I'm just saying I'm not surprised the German government will say, okay, we are doing this thing that is going to hurt us, right? We're going to do this embargo because it's a time of conflict. I disagree with what you're doing, government to government. I'm going to do things to try to hurt you, government to government. And it's going to cause things that are uncomfortable for me, right? So then I'm also going to then further respond by doing more things that are uncomfortable to you and then make things a little bit more comfortable for me. I mean, countries do crazy things in times of war, right? And have done for, I guess all of time.
You could be slightly broader than they do crazy things in times of war and say, this is maybe this. You could say
careful how you phrase it.
War itself is a crazy thing.
War itself, is, but like there's sometimes like an aggressive actor, right? In the case of like,
which is the crazy thing,
Yeah, exactly. Someone's always the aggressor, and everyone has opinions on who the aggressor is. But maybe both.
I know you can't say your opinions on that, Fabio. Publicly.
What are you trying to say?
Y'all can stay on this topic. I just had an interesting offshoot. Do you think oil has made the world more peaceful or more violent? Because like on one hand, you're not going to go, well, they're actually two sides of the same coin. Maybe because of oil, a country would invade another country to get control of an important oil region. Or at the same time, like, oh, we're not going to go to war with this country because we trade oil with each other and we don't mess that up. So
how about we just extend that to just resources? Because right now, oil is the representation of energy. Like we need it to fuel our economies. We need it to grow in other ways, to get power.
Yeah.
And
but oil is very global. I mean, lots of commodities are global, but would you say oil is the most?
It's the most important resource.
Well, no, I was going to say the oil has the most. I mean, it's the same price anywhere in the world. I don't know if that's true of every commodity.
It's not exactly the same price, but I know what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's not exactly.
I mean, you can ship it across the world for $1.
It's a global market. Yes, yeah. You
it's
can sell
liquid.
it.
That's funny. It's very liquid. That's funny. Yeah.
Oil is the 9th wonder of the world.
Yeah, that is what Albert Einstein said.
So I'd say that resources in general probably have caused the most wars. Like that's the reason for most wars. Resources. It just depends on any given time period.
Resources have prevented the most wars as well.
They've been the greatest influencer of political intrigue in all of human history, in both directions.
There's no reason to go to war outside of resources, is there?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get to. It's like, technically, like resources. move everything.
But the reason there hasn't been a world war in 100 years, people always say it's because of the global trade that we've developed. Because you can't go destroy Europe. You're gonna destroy
Watch me.
yourself.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
The European viewers are like, what? 10 years later, Fabio takes over the United States.
And it's actually not even your army. Like, it's just you. And like all of Europe is like, it's the same guy. He's gotten through like 10 countries.
Yeah.
McBuddha sleeping and Fabio's gonna invade Europe. Yeah.
No, McBuddha's my inside man.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, he's a sellout.
Yeah, Fabio like calls him up and he's like, "How's it look?" McBuddha he's like, "Yeah, it's sunny, so I guess today's the day."
Today's the day. The sun is perfectly aligned.
Yeah.
Their satellite systems will go off for 5 minutes. That's your time.
It's like Avatar: The Last Airbender.
No, I'm thinking of freaking whatchamacallit, Modern Warfare 2.
Mm.
How the Russians invaded the United States within like 15 minutes.
I've learned a lot about World War II from playing Call of Duty. Like on D-Day, on Normandy, like 300 meters from the beach where you land, there's this barn with like 3 grenades behind the hay. I would have never known that if I hadn't played Call of Duty.
And clearly, a little bit up the beach, and once you get on top of, the beachhead, there is actually an alien gun ray. Swear to God, 100% true.
Oh yeah. I know.
Sitting under a rock.
Yep, that is true. All right, guys. I think that's a beautiful end. What do you guys think about this stream? This was like give me the honest opinion.
Talking about streaming services. I enjoyed that.
Everyone in the chat and here in the audio. Everyone in chat and audio. What do you guys think about this stream?
I came in a little bit later. I would have liked there to be. I know it's a bit. I want to say most of the conversations, but it was a bit off the cuff. Earlier in the stream, I guess, what did you guys talk about? Maybe you can enlighten me a little bit.
Oof, I forgot. It's so long ago now. It's like 4
anything,
hours.
Anything substantive, that has value. I guess stock related stuff or investing.
We were talking about cocaine. It was good.
Oh, I nailed it.
I want to remind everybody of biases. Everyone in chat is saying it was a good stream, but anyone who didn't like the stream left 4 hours ago, so it's not a good sample.
That's true. Well, it's also for anyone who wants to leave a comment at the end.
Yeah.
When they watch it after.
Yeah. Somebody got to the end of the 4 hour stream. I was like, this sucked.
I need to. Should I make streams shorter and more concentrated? Is what I'm trying to get at.
I like the.
Make it as long as possible. That's your thing. That's literally your thing. To make it the long stream.
No, it's also more practical if I do it like an hour stream and that's it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I was going to say there's a lot of people who look for like 12-hour streams and they just play that throughout their day.
I'm just saying that's like your niche. Like that's your niche. You got like long streams in the finance space. Just saying.
Yeah. But I did just realize, Fabio, I think you should start within the first 30 seconds of every stream, you should say, hey, make sure to leave a comment if you liked or didn't like this stream. That way you can get more honest feedback if somebody clicked off it for like 30 minutes because they didn't like it.
Also, you can do a poll while you're streaming. Or
you can just pin a comment that says you like.
Well, no. Like while he's streaming, like on YouTube, you can like do a poll on the comment thing, whatever, on the side.
Yeah, we have so many polls. You might as well call this a Rick.
That was good. All right, we should close it off now. I'm a dip now.
All right, I want to hear Nash. We was going to say something.
Yeah. I do agree with it maybe a bit shorter and a bit more structured, just because what this channel is kind of, at least in my opinion. Like I said, I'm not sure. I wasn't here early enough. I was about 2 hours in, but or is it? I think it was 2 or 3 hours in that I showed up. So I'm not sure if it was talked about at all. Either investing related stuff. Maybe we can look at a few stocks. I'm not sure if you guys went through that at all, but just maybe a few stocks we got each of us were looking at, but I know VT is a favorite here, so maybe not so much for the other guy.
I'm not really sure how you can structure a live stream that much, since it's Fabio's style seems to be he reacts to the comments he gets, so he doesn't know where the stream's going.
Well, that's true right now. Like, well, I've done structured ones before, and usually what I'll do is if I have the time, I'll try to think of like different topics that people have asked me about, and I'll put them in like I've done it before. I remember there was one stream where I actually had in the description a list of all the topics I would go over today, and so someone could like go in there and say, okay, he's on this topic, and I would go in that order. So if I was on one topic, someone could predict what I was going to talk about next.
It sounds
Is
like
that something people
so in football, they know exactly what plays they're going to run the first like 2 drives, and then they adapt to what the defense is doing from there. So it sounds like the best way to go here is you have a plan for the first 30 minutes, and no matter what the chat says, that's for the first 30 or an hour, and then from there you go, hey chat, what do you guys want to talk about? And then it starts structured, and then it goes to wherever you want.
No, even that structured one was exactly like that. It started structured, and then it derailed, and not derailed. It went into chat-led conversations. Because the point of these streams, this stream specifically, the ones on, I don't know if I'm going to make it every Saturday, but this one's a subscriber stream. So this one's like meant for anyone who wants to come on, comes on, we hang out, talk about stocks, talk about whatever. I'm trying to make or like avoid entirely the as some people are saying, the talking trash of other YouTubers.
Yeah, I was gonna say you just got good feedback because 2 people said they didn't like the drama.
My audience doesn't like it.
Yeah.
My audience hates it. They don't like it, and I don't like it either. I don't. It's not fun.
That's why I made my channel to trash on people.
Yeah, you know, I'll watch like another, because that's like you go to Strongman or you go to even Echoes and you. I like your reaction videos, Cole. They're hilarious. Do more of those. No, those are hilarious. And like I'll go to Cole's channel and I'll see those videos, and that'll be like if I'm taking a break, I'll watch it for a laugh, because I was actually laughing when you were doing the what was it, the Everything Money one? That was funny.
Yeah, the ETF. Yeah.
And if I go like, I go in like whatchamacallit, if I go into like Everything Money, and I don't want to correct them. I don't want to help those guys out. I want to let them do what they want to do. Everyone can see it for themselves, and it is what it is. And that's where I stand kind of on it. Plus, you know, I mean, I'm going to be less active on YouTube, and I want to be more with the time that I get on YouTube, with the time that I put on YouTube. I want it to be the content. Well, actually, I mean, you look at my channel, what percentage is like ever been a critical video? It's like probably less than 1%. I have over 300 videos. I almost have, I think it's like
critical of other people.
Critical of another creator. It's probably less than 1%.
Steven, there's no way that was the word you were going for. Are people getting disenfranchised with Strongman's videos? Disenchanted?
What I want feedback. What do you think, Nash? You seem like you want to say something.
No, I just believe that a more, you know, you are a capital, your channel's capital mindset. Maybe could kind of stick more towards that. I understand maybe a 50-50 portion for your show, maybe kind of more constructed in the beginning, and of course you can get into more open and Q&A later on. Just because really I came to, I want to say, your community, so to speak, through Strongman, and just because I was watching Jeremy, because that was hilarious for a while, and then I saw Strongman.
I know how you meant that a lot more maliciously than you said it.
In what way?
Well, you're like I was watching Strongman. It was funny for a while. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, it does get it's a bit hilarious on and off. You know, the whole Jeremy Lufufu TTCF type of stuff for quite some time, but it does get a little bit dry and everything, and But then I saw, Cole started showing up in his streams, and I was like, oh, cool. And then of course I saw Capital Mindset, and I was like, what information, what can I gather from these streams instead of just dissing other creators or other channels. I can get that from Strongman, hilarious. But what can I get from these channels? And I'm hoping to get maybe a bit more knowledge, maybe a bit, maybe suggestions such as why should I care so much about, how should I maybe look at a stock, because there's, just like I said earlier, there's so many metrics, but what makes a good company? Maybe what should I be looking at? Because we're trying to improve people's investing abilities, and at least I think that that's a bit more valuable, because people come on YouTube for entertainment or mainly for information. And I think for us, it should at least go to more of at least a portion to more bettering other people in that sense.
Yeah, Nash, I'd like you give me your feedback on this, because this is my opinion as a as a content creator.
Entertainment, which is fine.
So, do you watch my channel at all?
Not too much, just because I do watch Strongman and Capital. I watch Capital Mindset's streams, and you're on pretty much every single one I've seen so far. So. Yeah,
so my core videos are I act the complete opposite that I do on streams. Like they're pretty bland. I guess it's just me and talking very seriously about investing. So my opinion of content is that pre-recorded, edited videos are serious investing stuff, and then live streams I just goof around. So from what you're saying, it sounds so. I mean, do you? If Fabio, and obviously he's not doing this right now, if Fabio is uploading 3 completely serious investing like pre-recorded videos a week, and he was doing, every time he live streamed, it was just something goofy and off topic, would you still be upset about the live streams, or is it because there's not the serious videos being uploaded like they used to be?
Well, that is to assume that I'm upset.
Okay, yeah, but I'm saying, would you care if the live streams were goofy if there was an inflow of serious recorded videos?
I see. The mixture. Yeah.
I frankly prefer to, from a community interaction standpoint, to do those, at least a portion of serious videos during like a live stream, just because I think interacting with any community, live streams honestly are just a critical point, because they're here, they're physically at the computer looking to see you in person or have this interaction with you or ask you a few questions, because they might not be able to get the information from the videos that you have on your channel. So they're here either to be entertained or might be asking you a Q&A question.
What would you think of, because I think Fabio and I have discussed this before, what would you think if every single thing on YouTube was 99%, it was exactly what you're asking for right now, and then Fabio has like a Twitch page, and if you go on Twitch, it's never a serious video. Like, so basically YouTube completely serious, Twitch the kind of stuff we did today. Would that would make, because that's a separation of websites, so that makes sense to you, I guess, right?
It seems like what you're suggesting. I mean, these things don't have to be mutually exclusive. They could be mixed in together. And
I'm suggesting it just as it's easier to know what you're walking into. Like right now, if you walk into a Fabio live stream, you don't know, is this going to be 4 hours of digging into 10Ks, or is it going to be talking about whatever? So if you know every live stream on YouTube is looking through 10Ks and stuff, you'll know that. And if you want to see the more off-topic stuff, off-the-cuff stuff, you can go on the Twitch one.
Yeah. You know what? I like that idea. At least try it. Just so maybe a little bit of separation would be okay. It's something to try. But that's, like I said, it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. This isn't, like you said, we're not here to look at 10 Ks, 8 hours a day. I mean, you can have banter back and forth and you can have disagreements and whatnot.
So
And
what did
have
you-
an enjoyable time.
Yeah. What did you not like about this stream?
Like I said, I came in late, but from my point of view, I thought there was going to be a bit more information, maybe just because I thought I was hoping for a bit more maybe stock analysis in the sense that what goes into looking for a good stock, and everyone has their own investing strategy, maybe investing personality. Everyone has their own risk tolerance. And for you like the total world index. And well, for someone like me, that is a bit. I don't like international stocks just because it's just not. They're not as secure. They're, I guess, not as secure as maybe U.S. stocks. And maybe a philosophy point of view from you, like why do you like it so much? What is your risk tolerance? What's the reason behind that? And maybe those that like individual stocks, what goes into actually good stocks. And it's I'll use just everything money. They go from a value point of view. Well, some people like growth, and when it comes to growth, I don't see many channels doing too much of growth, because once you get into growth, it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to become a trader. I don't see that, and I would like to know how can I be a good investor, or what should I be looking for, and maybe a comparison in an industry wide. If I'm looking for semiconductors, well, let's compare semiconductors, and what should I be looking for, at least in on a screener side, because I would like to know what's special about this industry that I should be looking for.
All right. Fabio, what are your thoughts?
I don't want to.
Go ahead. You can criticize me. It's your channel.
No. It's like, okay, because I don't want to be I'll tell you off camera in a second. But yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so I want to. The YouTube channel is no longer like all the newest videos, and it's not like monetized anymore. So it's like just like this is for fun and
okay. I mean that's fine.
It's not like but like all the videos, they are what they are. They're basically just ways for me to. I'm documenting my thoughts on individual stocks over a period of time.
Okay.
There'll be crap takes. There'll be great takes, and I'll say I'm very how do you say? I'm happy that you gave me all those compliments, because those are great compliments. I don't have the single answer, just to be clear, and I don't think I do for individual stocks. So I will do my best to share with you my thoughts on individual stocks or industry sectors, etc. And I could be absolutely wrong. There's going to be people who are better at it than I am, better at a certain sector than I am, and that's all I can just do. I can just give you just my take on it. But I do. I don't want to, because there's no way to sound bad. It sounds bad no matter which way I say it. I do it on a Sunday call, that kind of stuff. But I'll tell you probably more detail afterwards. But I want to do more of it also on live streams too. I'll do more structured. So I'll take the feedback and focus on trying to do it more structured. Trying to do also interaction with the audience, and not reply on YouTube videos. What? I don't understand that. And yeah, just try to do better in that category. So I'll try to do it more structured. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking now. How about that?
That's perfectly fine. I know. I'm just any viewer that's on your YouTube channel. It's just a suggestion.
And Nash, I'll say, just as this isn't really advice. It's just it's a sad reality. It sounds like you would say you struggle to find channels like Capital Mindset.
No, well, you mean like Capital Mindset? I guess.
Yeah. So basically, the type of content you're looking to find, it's easier to find content you don't like, and channels you don't like.
No, I look at white papers often, and there's other more academic, material that I could get from. Yeah. But
I just wanted to say just about YouTube is that
Oh, okay.
It almost sounds rude, but if Fabio makes videos the way he has in the past, he'll never have 4 million subscribers like Graham Stephan, because there's not 4 million people that can even understand what he's talking about. So it's just the sad reality of YouTube that anyone who can afford to make videos full time is not going to make a good quality video, because there's not an audience for that, unfortunately. I don't know if there's some way to have some website where it's all about the actual quality of the analysis.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not. Yeah, I know this isn't your full time job. And I'm just, at the end of the day, like, everything here is, I don't want to use the word passion project, but in the sense, we're here to be entertained, have fun. Stock analysis isn't exactly fun, but it could be like, I feel, in the sense, at least be a small element.
And just to clarify, hopefully, because maybe people interpreted what I just said in a completely wrong way. The reason I brought up what I just brought up is I think Fabio viewers, hey, I don't know if you see this, anytime I'm on a live stream, comments roast me. They hate that I'm on here because I'm the funnier guy. I think the reason they're so mad is that this is like the only channel they found where they can get the content they're looking for, and so when Fabio's not given the content he normally does, they go, well, fuck. This is the only channel I can find good content on. So I think that's why there's so much anger, because they can't go. If you want to watch something like Strongman, you can go to like 10 different channels and find somebody like, being goofy and stuff. Whereas Fabio, this is like their only safe haven to come find.
Oh man, I can't find another shirtless man anywhere.
Exactly. Strongman's unique in that way.
Yeah, I'll give it from another. This isn't on the same topic, but also off the same topic. Like I was always, I think I addressed this and said this many times in other videos or live streams, that, I mean, I was coming onto YouTube only because a friend and I, we started this YouTube channel, and this was fun from the beginning, and I want to keep it fun. And if at any point it becomes more of a hassle than it's worth, because it can be very quickly that, I would just stop, because it's like, I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Like, I want to keep it where it's an enjoyment for me, and not that, no, I enjoyed like talking about stocks. Like, I'm talking about for this. That's why this whole like stupid drama going on all the time. It's like, if it becomes more of a hassle than it's worth, okay, I'm gonna stop and just live my life, just chill. But as far as an outlet goes, like I said, YouTube is pretty therapeutic. Like, it's a good place to talk, meet people too. Like, I've met a lot of cool people, different backgrounds, different jobs that they do, and I was like, yeah, this is really awesome. Getting to all these people, and no, that's one of I think the most enjoyable parts, or actually has been the most enjoyable parts. And then some of them, they'll add me on LinkedIn, we'll message each other, and they'll tell me about something that they're doing, like a project they're doing, and have a conversation on them. And some of them I helped get, or through Capital Minds, I've helped them get jobs at other places too, which has been really cool. That's been really rewarding. And I think some of those now are like among the, I guess they're very happy subscribers, because I made an ominous community post, and then I couldn't tell anyone like which firm it was, but yeah, I'll Gordon, like, I'm not in a I'm not going anywhere right now. Like, that's not like a thought. It's not like, it has to be, I guess I have to say, it has to be like where it becomes a point that YouTube is no longer enjoyable for me. If it gets to that point, it would be that. But right now it's not like that. Don't worry, Al Gordon, is what I'm just trying to reiterate, that this is fun. This is supposed to be fun, and I want to keep it fun. But fun for me is not talking smack. Is what I'm also trying to say.
On camera.
No, like off camera, everyone's like that. That's the thing. Off camera, everyone's like that. Who doesn't love, some banter in their lives? Everyone loves banter. Like, my life can't entirely be only seriousness all the time, because then I'm like only serious, in conversations with everyone, and then serious, when I'm working, and serious, that no one likes to live like that way either. And then
I'm a content creator first and an investor second because I love YouTube. I love you probably heard when I was talking about streaming services. I talked about content a lot. YouTube, as Fabio said, YouTube's therapeutic for him, but it's the only hobby I can think of where, imagine, I'm sure you've seen people build little ships inside of bottles, right?
Yeah, not as recent. I mean,
yeah, that's
sure.
maybe an
yeah,
older
I get it. I get it.
So imagine every time you were building a little ship inside a bottle, you had like 100 metrics about how many views it was getting, how many likes it was getting. People were commenting on your boat. You very quickly you would be like, I fucking hate this hobby. Like this is not worth it. So it's one of those hobbies that because of all the data you get, that can become unfun very quickly. So I get why Fabio's kind of he mentioned about it. If it's ever unfun, then he would stop because it's one of the only hobbies where you're getting constant feedback from other people and you can't just enjoy yourself.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like you're getting paid boatloads of money for this, anyways. So at the end of the day, you need to get something out of this, and if it's not fun, it comes to what's the point? So,
am I such a loser that was the only example of a hobby I could think of was building a little ship inside of a bottle?
maybe
existential crisis over here.
Yeah.
And one of these are among my favorite live streams when I talk to the viewers. I know that like in a lot of sense there are potentially a lot of viewers. Like I'm noticing that you're putting yourself out there. You get like I don't know. There's like the internet's a weird place. There's a lot of people with very bad intentions, like very bad, just like malicious intentions.
The fact that you even like this is since I've been watching YouTube since I was early teenagers, whenever I was an early teenager, this is the first YouTube channel I've actually seen a subscriber opened up, type of live stream. I've never seen this anyone's, a YouTube creator saying, hey, just go on StreamYard and, this is going to be an open forum, so to speak. And we're just going to talk to our subscribers. And I don't have to pay for it. Like, what? I don't have to do super chats. Of course I'm going to come on. Of course I'm going to do that. You're the first one I've ever seen to do that. So it's fantastic to see that.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's really fun. Like I think because the internet in that way is pretty cool because like I said, one of the best parts about the YouTube channel that I think going forward is going to be awesome is just like all the people that I got to meet. And it even got me so far, like I don't know, I haven't talked about this, but there were two distinct career opportunities that came about it that haven't taken up on it yet, but it was because of the YouTube. And so I think it's like it is serving that purpose. Like that is the way I'm kind of benefiting. So it's not like I'm not benefiting whatsoever. And it came from just like putting myself out there and then receiving that feedback, which I like. So right here, like I don't think I've ever spoken to you voice. Have I? Are you in the Discord? Maybe I spoke to you.
No, I was here last week. I just didn't. I was the one that didn't have
the camera.
The camera. So I was here last week. I was just chit chatting because then Cole was like, "Hold, that's some deep voice." But yeah. I mean, I've been in and out. Just I didn't have a camera, so.
Well, I mean, this is the first time I got to speak to you. I put a face behind the name. It was always weird, it's not weird, but awesome seeing like sometimes I can put a face behind a subscriber's name that I always see in the comments. There's some subscribers that I know that used to be people that didn't like what I had to say because I didn't like their stock, and then now they're like really cool, always talking in the chats, and I think it's like I don't know, it's cool. Like there's a lot of people out there that how do you say, they are open-minded and they're like willing to hear other ideas out, and then once they do, they actually kind of they just agree that we disagree on some things. So like there's some subscribers that don't like agree or at all with what I have to say about Chinese VIEs, but they're still subscribers and they still come here. I saw some of them today.
It is funny, the confirmation bias that some investors have, where they seem to think that if a YouTuber or or an article says that the stock they like is bad, they act like that's the stock is going to collapse because somebody doesn't agree with it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like, oh, if only Fabio had said it was a good, I would have made money.
Just just as a side note, I hope you'll never try to do stock analysis that we have to pay for, because when I did mine for Everything Money, I think they charged like $50 for a stock analysis. I gave them.
I did not know this.
Yeah, it was. They did
What?
They did it was like a subscriber. A subscriber, you paid $50 to look at stocks. So. And this is for like their Discord
I guess
thing.
his time is worth $1,500 an hour, so it makes
Yeah,
sense.
it was $50 per stock advice. This, like I said, this is when I was I was subscribed to their Discord. It's drama stuff, but they looked at my stock, which was Atcore, ATRK or ATKR, one of the two. It was Atcore. They looked at it for about 2 seconds. Well, not 10, so 2 seconds. They did their, the stock analysis thing, and they just shoved it off and said, "Oh, I don't like it." I'm like, you. And then next they did Anheuser-Busch, and they spent 30 minutes just looking through the stock and looking at the 10K. I'm like, what did I pay for? All I did was get like crapped on right away. I'm like, I'm not doing this anymore.
Can I stand on my pedestal for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
God.
Well, no, I mean that's just why.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll say, I tell everyone at no point, never pay anybody for any kind of, especially on YouTube,
Advice.
Never pay anyone for any kind of financial advice. And somebody will say like, well, what about this guy? And it has a 99% fail rate. Like 99% of the people charging for financial advice are not going to give you anything of value. And so even if there exists some person, it's not worth going through like 50 failures before you find the guy who actually gives you value. So that's why I put out a very blanket. Whatever you do, don't pay anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's VT. Always invest in VT.
Well, because you'll see, like Fabio's the perfect example. The only person I can think of that would give you valuable advice about a stock, he doesn't charge anything for it. The video is just on YouTube for free.
Exactly.
And that's what I've found. I've found that people who know what they're talking about, it's almost like, what's the Maslow's hierarchy? Yeah, it's almost like that.
I kind of feel weird that we're saying this good things about me on my stream. It feels
right. No, it's fine.
I feel like we're fluffing me.
It's almost like a Maslow's hierarchy thing. I don't know if maybe I'm misusing that term slightly, but the only people who need to charge for financial information aren't smart enough to charge for it, because if the people who are actually at that level, well, they have good advice, they typically just tell it to you for free. And somebody will be like, "Oh, Peter Lynch charges for like to speak," but that's so. I'll give you that, but that's so different than some YouTuber.
Well, I'll say that if you were probably trying to buy proper sell side analyst research, it actually would be very expensive. $50 would be.
That's right. Yeah, the prices never line up. There's some girl. I'm making a video about her this week. She says people in her course make $1 million a day. She charges $150 for it.
I'm sorry, who's this?
Yeah, Kelly OG. She runs like she's like yeah, just buy options 15% out the money before earnings. Like that's
how many subscribers does she have?
70,000.
My
gosh. Wow. What, you guys don't like Humble Trader? No.
I don't know who that is.
Is that the strip?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
I haven't watched her.
I just don't go. I don't watch that much. I do not know any of these people.
Good for you. Good for you. I mean, you don't like Susie Orman, but.
But yeah, I mean, it just from a simple. Let's think about. I'm going to use an analogy. We'll talk about steaks. Let's say you could get
I'll be right back.
Okay.
This is very important.
Yeah. So let's say you could buy steak, right? There's grade A, top of the line Wagyu steak, and it's free. And then somebody said, "Oh, I've got a super way shittier steak, and it's $1,000." There wouldn't be a market for that. But then you have Warren Buffett, all his shareholder meetings on YouTube, like recorded, and all his letters on his website for free. So how on earth is anyone charging $1,500 a year for stock advice. Obviously, maybe the Warren Buffett stuff's a little more general than some people like, and they want something more specific. But you can learn way more for free. So the fact that there's even a market for somebody like Jeremy to charge $1,500 a year, it makes no sense.
The fact that it's been proven time and time again that you can't time the market, and professionals, hedge fund managers, any financial professional that's working day in, day out, staying up late, looking at, they're on their Bloomberg terminals day in, day out and working those hard hours, and they still can't beat the market through a buy and hold strategy. They can't beat the index over however many years span. They just can't do it in like a 10-year span. I forgot how many, like 90, probably like 90%, give or take. Like 9 out of 10 professionals can't beat the market. What makes you special? And it's really just that segment that everyone thinks they're different. Everyone thinks that they can beat the market. And that's
main character syndrome is the name for it.
Yeah. It's everyone thinks that they can beat them. They think they can beat the market. And I don't blame them. You would like to beat the market. You don't want to be average. And, you have to be special to beat the market. And when people see big returns, such as during 2020, they're like, now is the perfect time to go in. I think I can do it. And I was the same way. I was investing in, just a few, the meme stocks at the time. And it was running up. And I thought I was investing in a few airlines. And this is when they were all coming back. Summer of 2020. And they're all coming back. I'm like, I'm a great investor. I think I can do this. Sure enough, after only a few months, I started losing money hand over fist. I invested in, I'll be honest, I invested in, what was that truck company? It was Workhorse. I invested in Workhorse because I thought they were actually going to win the UPS contract. And once they didn't, the Postal Service kept pushing back the contract to be released. And I'm like, they're probably going to win it. I'm hoping, they actually have a working truck. It's a small company. They're American made. And it looks like they're going to be in the running because there was only two companies. There was some larger military contractor, and then there was Workhorse. And I thought they were going to win it. And of course, right out of the gate, they were, obviously the military contractors won. Which they didn't even have a working prototype at the time.
Real quick, guys, I have to end the meeting, but we can talk a little bit after stream. So I'm gonna end the meeting now. Well, I say meeting. Jeez, that's so formal.
Live stream, yeah.
I'm gonna end the live stream.
Can I respond to two comments?
All right, go for it.
So Trading with the Dummy says, what about Bloomberg, MarketWatch, tip ranks, and et cetera that charge? I assume he's talking about like data, like stock analysis stuff. I recommend that you just buy an index fund. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend somebody buy that anyway. But if somebody is doing their own stocks and they think that's the cheapest way to get the information they need, then that's up to them. And then somebody says, what about Buffett selling books? Because I always get this argument. They're like, you shouldn't pay for stuff, but Buffett sells books. That's simply because of the marginal cost of making a book. So there's no way it could be free. I'm trying to word my argument perfectly, but I wouldn't tell you to buy a YouTuber's book. So I'm gonna get shit on by somebody for that.
I mean, what's their track record? And when it comes to Buffett, he's not going to tell you exactly what to do in the sense that.
And if you can get a free version of the book, like from your library, then do that part.
Sure. There's always options, but he is a proven. He's an investor. He's not a stock trader. He's not telling you this is not my program. He's telling you general advice you can get anywhere, but most people just don't follow that mentality. You're not another one, John Bogle. You're not the founder of Vanguard. It's he has his own way of doing things, and he's a proven investor. but people like they don't. Those two people either beat the market because they're amazing at what they do, or for John Bogle's, it's just following the index. So, but no one wants to be average, and as I said earlier.
I think, yeah, and then we'll end the stream right after this statement. I think if Buffett could sell his books for free, I think he would. The guy's got what, $100 billion. I think he would if books are free to make. So I'll say that.
All right.
Okay.
I'll end it there. All right, guys.